All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. Um, really appreciate everyone coming down today. Great to see everyone. We've got a packed agenda, so I really appreciate everyone also with the flexibility of extending the time for the meeting today. So really want to also appreciate everyone who's in the audience as well as those online who are joining us today. To begin, we're going to actually hear some comments from our Secretary of Transportation, Toksum Mashakin, as well as hearing from Carl Sidorik, the CEO of Monterey Salinas Transit. They'll provide some remarks. Just a couple housekeeping items, as you know, when we move forward today. As you make comments, please go ahead and state your name and organization every time, just so we can get that into the record. I failed to do that myself, so I will do that. I am Mark Tollefson, Undersecretary of the California State Transportation Agency. And then as we go through the presentations, please save your comments until after the presentation during the discussion. Please flip your name cards up just so we can note who wants to make comments on particular items, and then we'll move forward from there. But with that, I would like to invite Secretary Omashakin to make some opening remarks before we get started.
Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me well and see me as well from beautiful Monterey. Can everybody see me? If I can see a thumbs up, and can you hear me as well?
We can't. Oh, yeah, we can see you now. Perfect.
Okay. Can you see me? Can you hear me as well?
Yes, coming in clear.
Okay, good. Perfect. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for taking the time to be a part of this sixth meeting of the Transit Transformation Task Force. Want to start off by appreciating our staff, the Undersecretary, Mark Tollefson, Chief Deputy Secretary Chad Edison, and Anthony as well, for all the work that they've been doing to manage and lead this task force. Also want to thank all of you, members of the task force, for your dedication to this effort. I know it's not easy. It's tasking, having to take home material and review material and come back and provide very meaningful input. Appreciate all of your time as well. The people of the state are going to benefit, I hope, significantly from your efforts, the time that you're taking to do this. And do know, as a reminder, I'm sure you'll come across this, we're exactly 1 year away from being done with this effort. The report is due to the legislature in October of 2025. So time is sort of flipping by pretty fast. The draft report is going to be due in the spring. So in a few months, it's going to be due the spring of 2025, that we're going to sort of debate and talk through and start to share with members of the public, the governor's office, state legislature, on and on and on. So time is going by pretty fast. So let's stay as locked in and dedicated to this effort as much as we can. So just a few other additional comments from me. One, look, I wish I could be there. I was actually planning on being there up until just this weekend. And I've got some things that have just recently come up that caused me to change plans. And part of it is just the extensive amount of travel and upcoming additional travel that's been put in front of me. But this week, we had a major announcement that I'm sure you got a chance to see. We rolled out the latest round of the TRCP program on behalf of Governor Gavin Newsom. $1.3 billion worth of transit infrastructure related projects, 27 projects in total, spread out across the entire state, from the North State all the way to the Inland Empire. Projects, we awarded projects. And again, kudos to our team at CalSTA for the work that they did to analyze and select these great winners. I toured the state, or went to two locations, I should say, not the entire state, but two locations specifically, was in the San Diego region to meet with OCTA and SENDAG and NCTD to congratulate them on their award, and also was in North Berkeley for the award there to SFMTA and Muni as well for and BART for their work as well. So a major super day for transit, a significant milestone that we got to. So far in the TRCP program now, we've put out $11.5 billion, probably likely by my estimate, more than 60% of that money has been released in the Newsom administration. So we're making the transit investments across California, and the capital investments, at least we're there. So much more work to do from a capital standpoint, and obviously from an operations standpoint. The bigger challenge remains, but an exciting time for us nonetheless, as it relates to capital transit investments in the state. So just a few other things to touch on as far as what's going to happen today. Today, you'll be deliberating on a key set of areas that I think, are very important to this effort. Number one, how we can make changes to land use and housing policies to improve public transit use. Many of us have traveled the world, and we've seen how important a role land use plays to transit success. I in particular, in the recent months of years, have done a few trips to Asia and Europe. I'm sure many of you in the room have done the same thing as well. And when you go there, it's one of the immediate things that pops out to you is how much they've embraced and adopted TOD-related development patterns. They have much more of a balance to suburban and rural development mixed in with urban and TOD type of development. So I'm glad that this is something that this group TTTF is going to be deliberating over today. So that's number one. Number two, sustainable revenue sources for transit, including potential of transit-oriented development and value capture of property operations. Also, something else that if you go to Asia, my visit to Japan, this was one of the things that definitely stuck out there, is how they capture revenue from surrounding developments around key train station stops, around the Shinkansen, for example. A lot of commercial development, mixed-use development that the Shinkansen was using, was generating a lot of resources for the train operations. So again, glad that this is something that this group, this task force will be covering today. And third and final, strategies to provide first and last mile access to transit. As we all know, everybody in the room there knows already, in many cases, this is the linchpin. This is the key to the success of transit. The fact that the very sort of inner parts of our community, sometimes transit, whether it be a bus or rail, they can't get to the front door of the office space or home space. The fact that sometimes you need that last mile, other forms of last mile connectivity to help make transit successful is so important to the success of transit. So again, I'm glad that this is something that our group will be discussing today. So I'm looking forward to seeing outcomes from this meeting. I'm going to be following up with Mark and Chad and Anthony on what came out of this. I can't tell you much more than I've probably shared before, how important I think this effort is, this TTTF and transit is to the success of our core four. We will not be able to achieve the goals we have for safety, for climate, for equity, and economic prosperity. We will not be able to achieve it without a successful and robust transit system. It just won't happen. The work that you're doing will be critical to the success of transit for years to come. So I'm thankful for, again, all of you for taking the time to travel down to Monterey to, again, further our conversations in this 6th meeting. Thank you for everything you're doing. Again, I'm looking forward to following up with our team and look forward to attending a meeting in the future, the next meeting, if I possibly can. Again, thank you all. And I'm going to hand things back over to Undersecretary Tellefson. And please let me know if there are any questions. I'll be on for the next 45 minutes. I have another engagement at 10 o'clock, but I'll be on up to the top of the hour. Undersecretary Tellefson, back to you, and let me know any questions for me at all.
Great. Thanks, Secretary. Really appreciate you being on with us this morning. Did want to pause there to see if there are any questions from our colleagues here. All right, seeing none at the moment, we will move forward. So with that, really like to just again thank the City of Monterey for hosting us here today. A beautiful backdrop to have our meeting. For our next speaker, I would like to invite Carl Sidorik, our CEO of Monterey Salinas Transit District, to provide a few remarks this morning. Carl, to you.
Good morning, Carl Sidorik, CEO for the Monterey Salinas Transit District, and welcome to Monterey, historic Monterey, California's first city where our state constitution was drafted just down the street at Colton Hall. If you ever are here and have an opportunity to visit Colton Hall, they have the draft constitution with the signatures where they did a practice run of signing the Constitution. It's a really interesting document to see and gives you a sense of the history here. So welcome here to Monterey. Before we begin, some of you know who've been here with conferences, I'm a bit of a trivia, pub night trivia host. So I want you to write down what year you think transit started in Monterey. And then I'll give a prize at lunchtime to the person with the closest number. So you write that down, and next slide. 1891 was when transit started in Monterey, the Monterey and Pacific Grove Streetcar Railway. What you see there is a Gillig 2-horsepower green fueled powered vehicle that while not zero emission by any stretch of the imagination, was the beginning of transit. And it actually ran from the Navy Postgraduate School at the time, was a hotel, down Del Monte, through Pacific Grove, for those of you who've been down to Pacific Grove, onto the military base and down Alvarado Street here. Many of the same routes and streets that we're running buses on today. Next slide. Today, MST is the sole operator in Monterey County, serving also communities in Santa Cruz, Santa Clara, and San Luis Obispo County, from Paso Robles to Gilroy to Watsonville, throughout Monterey County. About 300 direct and contracted employees, $60 million budget. We're at about 4 million passenger boardings at our peak around 2018. And we're coming back slowly, actually quite a bit recently. Next slide. So we recently went through a branding effort during COVID to redefine who we are as an organization. And we talked about our brand vision is connecting communities, creating opportunity, being kind to our planet. We focus on people, our planet, and our performance. And we see that through the lens of 5 values of being safe, friendly, dependable, welcoming diversity, and achievement. So next slide. 100% of our heavy duty buses are either renewable biodiesel or renewable electric. We have 18 buses in the fleet or on order to comply with ICT. And we removed the equivalent of 130,000 single occupancy vehicle trips each month, and almost 300 acres of greenhouse gas is sequestered. The equivalent of 300 acres of greenhouse gas is sequestered by people using transit in Monterey County. Next slide. So we are heavily dependent on our LTF and TDA because we do not have a local sales tax here in this county to support our fixed route operations. We do have that Measure Q, which is significant, but that only funds our paratransit and special mobility services for seniors, veterans, and persons with disabilities. You can see about 7% of our budget. We're still relying on reserves at this time to have to not cut budget. This is where SB 125 and some of that fiscal cliff money becomes important because it'll be several years before we're back to not having to depend on reserves as we grow ridership. Next slide. So 93% of our riders would be considered in poverty by the AB 1550 disadvantaged communities. 93% of the county residents live within a 10-minute walk of an MST bus stop. So the first mile, last mile discussion, while I know is important, isn't that big of a deal here because of just the way land use is done due to farms and state parks. Everyone's kind of pushed together here. 3/4 have incomes less than $40,000. Mostly Hispanic, Latino, non-white, minority. 2/3 lack a driver's license. However, that same amount would use a car if the transit wasn't available. Either a family car, someone would drive them. They would take an Uber, a Lyft, a taxi. Somehow a car would be used. So as bad as traffic was coming in for those who came in this morning, imagine another, say, 1.82 million vehicles on the road if the buses weren't there. 1/4 of our trips start in disadvantaged areas. Next slide. So connecting communities, creating opportunity, being kind to our planet are the basis, the pillars of our vision. So we have a number of strategies to support that. And we'll talk about a couple of those real quick. The Better Bus Network, next slide, was our effort in 2022 to redefine our service area. We as a board, went through a process to determine that who we serve is as important, if not more important, than how many we serve. We redirected services that, from our military bases and campuses that were just going around in circles and really picking folks up on these campuses and redirecting them to where service was needed the most. So redirecting our assets, our buses, our labor to the most disadvantaged communities in the county. And making the routes more direct, not meandering through subdivisions, staying on the direct routes. We were able to decrease travel time and put more service where people live and where their jobs are. And we lowered our fares to $2 for 2 hours, and we started a van pool program. Next slide. So how's that been going? Well, since the implementation, we've had 46% increase in all of our services, bus, van pool, our ADA taxi, our taxi voucher programs, and volunteer trips that we subsidize. Next slide. And looking at 2018, which was our peak level of service, we had a little over 13% of our trips were in the most disadvantaged communities in the county. And now we've almost doubled that. At 1 out of 4 trips are starting in the most disadvantaged communities. So we've achieved what we set out to do. Next slide. We've started as a COVID strategy, the MST contactless open fare payment project. And we've had a 300% increase in transactions since the demonstration ended in 2022, and we started actively promoting this. And we've tripled the number of percent of total transactions. Next slide. Oh, and there it is. That was the first May 11th, 2021. That was the first live transaction that went from my phone to the bank and came back, and we called that the immaculate transaction. So next slide. We've had an 86% increase in unique customer cards being used, and almost 40% of tap to pay are being capped, either $2 for 2 hours, $6 per day, $20 per week, or $70 per month. Almost 40% are being capped. So that's been working as well. Next slide. We can't afford rail in this area. So there's a long history of rail here. We are building bus rapid transit. We have our surf line that's in place today. We're in the process of trying to build the surf. The Jazz is in process today. We're trying to build the surf. And then we have a vision for BRT connecting Salinas all the way down to King City. Next slide. This is what it looks like. We have no HOV lanes in Monterey County. So our buses are stuck in traffic with everybody else. And Rashidi, you would have liked to have had a 39-minute commute this morning from Marina. It was only 40 minutes on this day. That was the day of the Coastal Commission meeting here. I took that slide that morning before my presentation. And this community has 31,000 on any given day. It grows to 90,000 with employees and visitors coming in. So it triples in size every day. Next slide. So the surf is our next project that will connect Marina to Monterey. It's our busiest route between Salinas and Marina, but we're going to have a busway using a derelict rail corridor that hasn't been used in 50 years. We're going to pave that and let our buses run in that alongside the freeway. Next slide. That's it. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. And I just want to say thank you to those folks involved in the TIRCP program. We did receive a small amount of money, but it's big to us, $1.6 million. And frankly, through the life of this program, I just did a quick mental calculation. We've received about $50 million through this program for various facilities and other greenhouse gas reducing projects. And compare that to what we received out of the past 12 years of the LONO program, that's zero that we received there. So we've been really dependent on the TIRCP and other SB1 funded projects. So thank you.
Thanks, Carl. Really appreciate the presentation. Love the history and all the statistics that you were able to provide. A lot of great work happening.
Close. I said 1895.
Great. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Highlands and Mike to see if there are any public comments in the room or online.
Hi, good morning. So we have a meeting going on, obviously, here live in the public and also in Monterey and then also through Zoom. So first for the public, this is your first opportunity. Does anyone like to speak to the task force from the public here in the room? Seeing no hands. Rachel, has anyone had their hand up in the Zoom call? Rachel is our Zoom moderator. Rachel, are there any people with their hand up in the Zoom call?
Yes, I see 2 hands raised. I'll go ahead and unmute Richard.
Great, thank you. 2 minutes, please, or less. Richard, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Richard Scaff. I am the Executive Director of Designing Accessible Communities, a 501c3 nonprofit in California. I'm wondering why paratransit is not on the agenda today. It is primary for the function of people with disabilities throughout California, throughout the nation, and must be one of the primary considerations when talking about transportation, public transportation. I hope you will consider discussing the issues surrounding accessible paratransit, as well as fixed route transit, of course, but paratransit is a primary system that assures function for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next
Thank
speaker.
you.
And if the next speaker, you're comfortable saying your name and your organization, feel free, and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'll unmute William.
William, go ahead.
Hi, my name is William Walker. I'm hoping you all can hear me.
We can.
I am the chair of the Equity Advisory Committee, or it's also known as the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee between Caltrans, CalSTA, and the Transportation Commission. I just wanted to say hello and wanted to just put us on your radar. Very interested in how we can ensure that there's an equity lens in the work that you're doing. And I know that you're all doing that, but I also want to make sure that it's coming from community members that don't typically have a seat at the table. And so I just wanted to say that I'm here, and I'll try to comment on things in the meeting that are relevant. But we have a website. It's catc.ca.gov. That's the commission's website. And on that website, we list our meetings, and we have a committee meeting on October 30th. We also have our subcommittee meeting on October 30th for our Safety and Climate Committee. And we have a larger full committee meeting in December that's in Riverside, California. So all that information is on the commission's website. And thank you all for this work. It's very important, and looking forward to seeing a transformed transit system that's accessible and affordable for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you.
concludes public comments for this part of the agenda.
Well, great. Yeah, Chair Walker, great to hear from you today, this morning. And Richard, thank you for your comment as well. With respect to paratransit, just while it's not formally on today's agenda, I did want to just raise that in our first and last mile discussion, one of the prompts is really to focus on how to better serve the needs of community members with disabilities. So I think that will absolutely come up in the context of today's discussion. But we will continue to find opportunities to really think about public or paratransit in future meetings as well. Also really appreciate everyone's comments this morning. So with that, I think we will take care of some of our more administrative items before we actually deep dive into the agenda here. So I believe we need to do our roll call. So I will turn it back over to Mike.
Thank you very much. So a bit of housekeeping, you all should have a mic near you, microphone. Those to turn those on, you push the button and a red light will show up. And when the red light is present, your microphone is hot. It will be active. And then if you would just turn it off after you're done speaking, that would be great. All right, I'm going to go through roll call. I will just call you by your I'm just going to call last names, because in addition to the roll call, we'll be doing other votes throughout the day. And if you are here present in person, please say yay. If you are on Zoom, just as a reminder, you will be able to speak during public comment period if you're a task force member, but if you are on Zoom, you will not be able to deliberate with us today. Okay, so roll call is now going to begin. Ajise. Barnes.
Here.
Bockelman.
Here.
Cooney.
Here.
Griffiths.
Here.
Hance.
Here.
Lindsay.
Here.
Lippman. Matute.
Here.
Miller.
Here.
Moluna.
Here.
Murphy. Paget Seekins.
Here.
Pimentel.
Here.
Powers. Sidork.
Here.
Swarza. Tavares. Tolkov.
Here.
Tollefson.
Here.
Turner.
Here.
Watkins.
Here.
Watts.
Hair by the skin of my teeth.
White. Wonderman. That concludes roll call. Thank you.
Great. And we have a quorum this morning. So let's move into our next order of action. So before we move into the agenda, we will need to approve the TTTF meeting minutes for our meeting that was held on August 29th. One quick change to the minutes that I'd like to propose. So I would like to propose an amended action here. So in the minutes, I just want to note that we'll make a quick change to Ian Griffith's affiliation, as he has changed position since that time. So his affiliation will be changed to other stakeholder with subject matter expertise in transportation. So that's the change I'm recommending for the final minutes. So with that, could I get a motion to approve that amended action? Could I get a second?
I'm sorry, just a protocol. When you move a motion, can you please state your name so we have it for the record?
Mark Watts, I so move.
Thank you.
Could I get a second?
Kate Miller, I'll second.
I'm sorry, who was that? Miller, thank you.
Great. And Mike, can you call the roll?
Will do. Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Hance.
Aye.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Matute,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Moluna,
Aye.
Pageant Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Aye.
Sidork,
Aye.
Tolkoff,
Aye.
Tollefson,
Aye.
Turner,
Aye.
Watkins,
Aye.
Watts.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Motion passes. All right. Can we go to the next slide, please? All right. So we have a pretty packed agenda, as I think everyone has seen today. I know we're a little behind, but I think we can get back on track pretty quickly. I'd like to just go through the agenda really quick before we really dive in. We've done our opening remarks. We've heard from the secretary as well as Carl Sidorek. We've approved our minutes. So we are going to dive into some of the findings we had during the last conversation, and really, hopefully land on, again, some recommendations that we can bring forward to a future meeting. We're really excited to dive back into some of those topics. We will be taking a couple short breaks during the day, as well as lunch, which we'll try to schedule around noon today to take about a 30-minute break. So that'll likely be after item 4. Then we'll get into some discussions around land use and housing policies, as well as the potential of value capture around transit-oriented development. Then we'll dive into a conversation around first and last mile access. And then we will go ahead and conclude and talk about next steps. So really excited to dive into the content today. So with that, let's go to the next slide. So just to catch everyone up, we've had a lot of discussion with our technical working group. We have continued to have discussions with subject matter experts. So 45 in total interviews were conducted. More than 50% of those discussions touched on those exact topics that we're going to be talking about today. So land use, value capture, and first and last mile. You can see on the screen just a sample of some of the folks that we've spoken with here. We continue to engage transit agencies, academia, MPOs, other governmental entities. We have some upcoming interviews also with our California Air Resources Board, the UC Berkeley, and developers on land use and housing policies. So I think all of that will ultimately help really kind of drive our recommendations for this group, and we'll take into account all of the discussion that we hear today. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. And I would like to go ahead and hand it over to Hunter to lead us through some of the findings and policy recommendations that we will talk about next in agenda item 4.
All right, thanks so much, Mark. Good morning, folks. Hunter Owens, Caltrans, supporting the SB 125 task force. We go to the next slide, please. Just a reminder, you have a full staff report with a write-up and a lot of detail in front of you. So that is available. Just to kind of reorient ourselves, we are going to be bringing back some strategies, policy recommendations, and principles from the TTTF 4 meeting, which was held in San Francisco. So during our last meeting, we voted on our first principle, which was better service, better outcomes. We have a number of new strategies and policy recommendations tied to fair coordination and coordinated scheduling to bring to you all today. And then finally, we have our second principle. Again, we're trying to keep these down to a list of 5 or so. But I think this one is pretty important, and I think you all did as well. So we're proposing safety is fundamental, and this is going to be focused for the items on safety and cleanliness on and around transit. Go to the next slide, please. Touching on service and fair coordination, our strategies are, 1, creating a governance structure, not super specific on that, but, there is governance being a necessary part, something we heard loud and clear during both the task force meeting and during our SME interviews and TWG meetings. We wanted to, another key piece is those regional fare structures do needed, could those be standard? Could those be available? Even if there are other fare structures that might be available, at least having those options available for consumers and constituents to choose. We touched a lot in our TWG on some of the barriers to doing this type of work and the need for, technical assistance and grant funding, and really to encourage participation, provide those incentives to make this work. And also touching on the funding piece in G1 through H1. Next slide, please. There was also, again, really going into the technical meat, and this was coming out of our technical working group, really a lot of set of recommendations on, what could our strategies for standards and analytics to really make this work under the hood more so than at the governance level, which you see in the earlier recommendations. So that is on coordinating scheduling. Next slide, please. So moving on to our safety and cleanliness recommendations, and again, on our principle of safety is fundamental. Our first strategy is, really some of those physical security measures that folks have been talking about. So talking about those protective doors for bus operators, lighting in and around stations, signage, and surveillance and response capabilities, stuff like quality of cameras, emergency call boxes. Moving on in the strategies, our next piece was one thing that came out loud and clear in talking to our transit agencies and our SMEs was the need for improved coordination with health and human services agencies across the board. So we have two specific recommendations, one on coordinating and then, increasing some of the presence of different types of safety professionals, and obviously a wide list in that recommendation there. Next slide, please. Continuing on with safety and cleanliness, we have, a number of coordination related items that we heard from the group. Looking at, what should statewide standards be, looking at parity and penalties and opportunities to regionalize prohibition orders, encouraging, another piece we heard was encouraging, activation of stations would improve safety. So looking at those sort of commercial developments for like station stalls, exterior shops to improve, perception of safety. And, this is an ongoing task, but something that, we heard as well was the need to, implement surveys to understand, sort of the scale and challenges, especially with priority populations such as seniors and women, to monitor safety on transit systems. And then moving on to strategy M, looking at dedicated, funding for safety and security on transit. So again, kind of going back to that, where looking at, some of the things like protective barriers and lighting, excuse me, where those can come from, and dedicated funding for de-escalation and mitigation training, along with making sure that agencies would be eligible for potential homelessness funding programs. With that, I will conclude. You do have a full detailed staff report with a full write-up in front of you, and I will pass it over to Mike for public comment on this item.
Thank you, Hunter. In the room, is there anyone who would like to make a public comment on this item? Seeing no hands up on Zoom. Rachel, does anyone have their hand up on Zoom?
Yes, we have 3 hands up. I'll start with Sandra, and just a reminder that you have 2 minutes.
Great. And Sandra, if you feel comfortable giving your full name and organization, and then you have 2 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is Sandra Lang. I live in Burlingame. I'm a member of the San Mateo County Paratransit Advisory Committee, and I want to just very briefly say that I really thank all of this information today about the task force and the important work that you're doing. I'm a little bit new to the overall. I appreciate what the secretary said. So I'm going to keep my comments pretty brief. I support the recommendations that are put forth from the staff, and particularly I'm concerned because there's an increase in the senior population, and particularly with disabled persons that will go along with that increase. I think that the Bay Area pass is needed. And as you can maybe tell, and I just now listened to the very involved strategies and so forth, but I do think that time is of the essence, that we make some decisions that will show some work in this area. And in particularly now, I just learned, I'm very happy to hear about the Health and Human Services aspect of this. So I'm going to leave this, but I think that really decision-making is important to really understand that regional collaboration and much more discussion that's open and evident, between agencies. We have a lot of different important agencies that are working on this, but we need to have, ongoing collaboration pretty much for regional across the state. So thank you very much. And I appreciate all of this work.
Thank you. Rachel, ready for the next speaker?
The next speaker is William. I'll go ahead and unmute now.
Go ahead, William.
Great, thank you. And then I'll just preface that our committee has not seen this, so this is just William Walker speaking from my own personal, representing myself. I live in San Francisco. I want to dig into the governance structure piece because I think that when you look at the Bay Area having 28 transit operators, I think Los Angeles County alone has 100 transit operators if you count the smaller agencies. That's 128 CEOs. That's 128 operations, departments. That's 108 union contracts, 128 rather. So I want us to figure out, when you look at a regional structure, where does input need to be from those 128 distinct places? And I think it's 330 transit agencies throughout the state versus, could 1 or 5 transit operators operate those things at a lower cost? Or does it cost less to have 28 different operators? Looking at procuring software like Hastis versus Trapeze, can the state possibly procure that? And have we looked at what every single agency spends on scheduling procurements versus what the state could do and parsing that out to the different localities? As far as the safety piece, the prohibition orders, it's like, in my eyes, it's looking at like a person's free right or First Amendment right to be able to exist and go places. So making sure that we create a common boilerplate for what happens when something occurs when you commit an offense on transit, and that punishment is enough so that you're not banning people from transit, because if people don't have any other option and they're banned from regional transit, then they have no way to move. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William. And we'll move on to our next public comment. We have a few more hands raised, and I'll go to Adina Levin.
Adina, go ahead.
Good morning, Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area, and wanted to very much support the recommendations on fare and schedule coordination as powerful strategies to increase transit ridership to achieve the state's goals on equity and climate and housing. In the Bay Area, earlier on, studies showed that fare integration is the most cost-effective strategy available to increase transit ridership. And early initiatives within all agency transit paths are showing a 40% increase in transit ridership in a well-designed pilot. The earlier on materials for this task force showed the potential ridership benefits for coordinating schedules, and the governance recommendations are very helpful to be able to achieve these goals. And especially the funding is important to be able to deliver these goals on a consistent and an ongoing basis, and reduce concerns and objections that these are would be unfunded mandates. So once again, strongly encourage the task force to positively advance these recommendations. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Adina. Our next public comment is Eugene. I'll unmute now.
Thank you. Eugene, go ahead. 2 minutes or less, please, and give your name and your organization if you're comfortable.
Yes, this is Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit Users. I echo the comments from the prior speakers. Just speaking from my experience with having integrated transits, having been raised in New Jersey, I didn't have to worry about back there about crossing the county line, because a lot of my business that I would do, I would have to cross a lot of county in New Jersey. I'd have to cross a lot of county lines and then figure out, I didn't have to figure out fare structure or service philosophy like I do current for the most part in the Bay Area. A lot of folks have to go to jobs that are outside the county where they live just for either their job, their medical appointment, or however business they need to conduct. So I feel this is a great policy to integrate fares and schedules, because folks should not have to calculate up 2 or more times to figure out the proper fare, proper service philosophy to go places. Because this would help, I believe, encourage folks to not drive everywhere like for the most part they do right now. So let's make this great policy happen. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 3 more public comments on Zoom. I will unmute Carter, and you may begin.
Carter, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Carter Lavin. I'm a co-founder of the Trans-Bay Coalition, and I'm based out of Oakland, echoing particularly the last several speakers. And to add on to this, you know, I think one thing the state really can do is also expanding the geographic scope. You know, when I take transit, AC transit to the Amtrak to take the San Joaquins to Fresno, and I get to Fresno, I still don't have a car. I still need to ride the fax. And so making sure all these other agencies are part of this is a key thing, because transit riders are doing the rest of the state a favor. And when people drive instead of drive transit, they pollute our air, they damage our road, and they risk the lives of people through traffic violence, of which over 1,000 people in California are killed each year. And when people ride transit instead, it's a pro-socialist, better thing for everyone. So we need to make this easier. And particularly, we need to do this easier for families, because right now, if you're carpooling makes more economic sense than riding transit, because you have 3 people in, 4 people in, that kind of thing. And we need to make more family passes for transit. And that's something that is, when we have all these agencies together and the state is involved and the state's helping out, that's pretty easy to do on a technical basis. But when you're a transit agency yourself struggling to figure it out, that's a hard thing. And so we really encourage you to look at group family passes, because a person should just be able to tap their Clipper card or the tap card or whatever you want to call it when it's a statewide thing, and let their family in, because we need to get as many people on, onto the bus and train and ferries as we can, make it as easy as for more people. So this is great stuff. We're heading in the right direction, but we need to go way faster, way bigger, and think more creatively. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Andrea. I will unmute now.
Andrea, go ahead, please. 2 minutes or less.
Hi, my name's Andrea Horbinski. I live in West Contra Costa, and I'm with the East Bay Transit Riders Union. Yeah, I just want to really echo what everyone, what the last few people have said. I think that these recommendations are a really good step in the right direction. I'll just say, I live in West Contra Costa, right on the Alameda line. My job is currently in San Francisco, and next year it'll be moving to San Mateo. So, I think the reality is that in the Bay Area, with housing prices the way they are, a lot of people are traveling pretty far for jobs or other things like appointments and whatnot. I know I certainly am. Also to see friends, and have a life. So we really need to incentivize making it easy for people to take transit to get around. I think the fare coordination, the schedule coordination, the group passes of all kinds, making all that easier will definitely have an impact. I know that the electric Caltrain BART schedule coordination, just talking to people about that, I know that they're like, oh, that would be great. Eliminate waiting half an hour at Millbrae. So that kind of thing really does have benefits. And I really want to also shout out the idea that we need to make sure that it's funded, and that these are good recommendations for that, because again, unfunded mandates, I think, just leave everybody disappointed. And we really need to prove that when we give transit money, that we can use it effectively to benefit riders and not, the transit boards or the transit agencies themselves. So I think these recommendations are all really good steps towards more rider-focused transit and more effective rider-focused transit. And yeah, we need to keep going and make it bigger and better and faster. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our final public comment, and I'll unmute Brian.
Go ahead, Brian.
Hi, my name is Brian Culbertson. I'm a full-time transit rider in Oakland using BART, AC Transit, Muni, etc. I'm commenting on the affordability and difficulty of paying for transit in the Bay Area, and promoting that the Bay Pass is something that we should focus on. When I travel around, I'm paying at least 3 transit agencies on a normal day. And each one they have a different type of payment schedule. They have a different way of deciding what their discounts are. Like when I'm on Caltrain, it's $1 for kids, but on BART you have it's calculated by mile with a different with a Clipper discount. So all these things, all the agencies do this differently. It also adds up and it gets very expensive. When I talk to families, one of the #1 things they talk about how it's cheaper for them to drive than it is for them to take transit once you have multiple people in your car, because so I'm encouraging a focus on making transit easier to pay for, like using the Bay Pass, and making transit more affordable for families. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more public comments on Zoom.
Thank you, Rachel. This concludes this portion of public comments for this part of the agenda.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Really appreciate all the public comment and input this morning. So for our task force members, I think what I'd like to do is we will be breaking each kind of category to discuss. So we'll first start with discussing our draft recommendations on service and fare coordination. We'll have a robust discussion there. Then we'll move on to discussing coordinated scheduling, and then move on to the safety and cleanliness recommendations after that. So with that, we will be first discuss again our draft recommendations on service and fare coordination. Those are broken into, if you look at your staff report, 4 different categories. So I think when we take our actions, similar to last meeting, I'd like to take them up by each strategy, just because I think folks may have different opinions on how we move forward with each of those. But before we ultimately get into taking actions to either approve, deny, or amend, I would like to open it up for broader discussion from the group. If there are any questions or comments on any of the proposed staff recommendations here. So I'd like to open it up to questions from our task force members. Otherwise,
Point of clarity, you're only asking for questions?
Comments and questions.
Okay.
All right, Sharon, please.
Yeah, so in reading these and in listening to the commenters on, I think one of the, San Diego County has 2 transit operators. We're the largest one in San Diego County. We have to coordinate all of our schedules between rail and bus. This is, you would think simplified because there's only 2 of us, but in reality, it's complicated by other measures that are not going to be solved by a governance structure that is, an integrated governance structure, because, the reliability of the coastal rail, which you are very much aware of, is a challenge. So why would we coordinate our schedules to a on-time performance that is significantly worse than the on-time performance of our rail, the trolley, light rail? So light rail is in San Diego County is 97-98% on time. It's also very frequent. So if you have a frequent service, that's great, because, if you miss it by 4 minutes, there's another one coming right away. But But that's the challenge when you have to coordinate multiple different types of rail, for instance, in the Bay Area. You know, it's a challenge. Who are you going to sacrifice in order to achieve a better integration? And those are things that I think that, you know, if this task force is really looking to transform the experience for the rider with regard to integration, it's getting more reliability on all the modes and also getting more frequency. So that costs money. Building a whole structure to try to come up with a scheduling governance, you know, that will allow somebody to have the final say as to how things are going to be coordinated. I don't think it's going to get you anything better. And in fact, it will probably get you something worse than what the local agencies are able to achieve.
Ian.
Yeah, thanks. Ian Griffiths with, well, no affiliate or no official affiliation anymore. So in general, on fair integration, and I just want to point out that actually the first set of recommendations in category E, F, G, and H really both include some amount of fare and schedule integration. So I think the governance pieces are appropriately framed to both promote fare integration and service coordination. So I think, you know, broadly in support of this set of recommendations, I think because we've been having this conversation, I think a lot in the Bay Area since the pandemic, and I've looked a lot at the research around other parts of the world and how governance plays a part in promoting coordination. I think an important aspect of governance is identifying a clear framework and clear roles and responsibilities for even articulating what are the key problems that stand in the way of coordination. So I think the point of establishing a governance structure is not to expect that by designating, you know, a structure for that type of conversation that you're going to resolve, you know, incompatible schedules immediately. It doesn't create more resources where we don't have enough resources to bring the frequency of one line up to another, but it does allow us to identify what are the objective, where ought to those connections occur? What are the things standing in the way of that? Maybe it's reliability, maybe it's increasing funding, and how can we work together to prioritize meeting those things? And what does it make sense to actually orient service around? And maybe until we have greater reliability on some of the regional corridors, it doesn't make sense to actually, you know, adjust local schedules to meet regional lines that have a high level of unreliability. But I don't think that's what the recommendation is saying. I think just saying we need to have some kind of governance framework established at a regional scale and have clarity on the roles of what the state should be doing, the roles of what the region should be doing, whether, you know, the entity at the regional level is the MPO or maybe a different entity in some parts of California. Maybe it doesn't make the MPO to play that role. And then what the role of the transit agency is. That's, I think, the first step towards us getting closer to having being able to have a conversation where we can prioritize integration, identify the investments and the policies that can bring that about, and move closer and closer to coordinated schedules over the long term. So, and that is certainly the experience that I had, you know, a number of us on this task force traveled to Switzerland and understood the sort of governance framework that is highly decentralized there. I mean, there's a lot of different transit agencies there. They sort of prove that you can have a lot of different operators, local operators, regional, and even national operators. But having clarity on the cycle of looking at schedules, having clarity on the roles and responsibilities within each level has allowed them over decades really to move closer to actually deliver a highly integrated system and be investing in those areas where they've identified, oh, this particular segment, you know, has a reliability issue. Let's invest in that, and that unlocks the potential of the system overall. So the only thing that I would say, like, it wouldn't prevent me from voting for this. I think I think a piece of the first recommendation in terms of creating, I think one component of creating clear governance frameworks for service and fair coordination would be to identify, use travel data and other existing data to define what are the regions within the state that would benefit the most from closer coordination. So I think in some cases, right now, I think we have default to defining regions as MPOs. But MPO boundaries don't necessarily always define regions appropriately. In some cases, they're not broad enough to capture a travel shed, and in some cases, they're probably too large. So I think part of E is actually kind of defining the regions a bit better and defining what are the travel regions within California within which coordination is most important. Thank you.
Great. Let's go to Juan.
Hello, Juan Matute with the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. I wanted to thank everybody for their comments. I think that that issue of reliability, I think, is huge for transit in California, and it's actually an argument for increased service and fare coordination and coordinated scheduling. The airline industry, it's a different industry. It's mostly unsubsidized. There's competition there, so people have choice of which airline they end up with. And so they have to take a little bit more of a user-focused perspective to how they handle what's inevitable in any type of transportation operation, which is that sometimes things aren't going to go as you plan. There's going to be some reliability. You're not going to hit 5.9 service level when you're operating in the real world, airplanes, transit buses, et cetera. One of the things that the airlines can do is they have data on where people are going, right, through the tickets. If you're making good connection, sometimes they'll hold a transfer for you, or they'll let you know that your transferring connection is late and you're still going to make it, or they'll rebook you. And so they've taken a certain implicit or explicit service level guarantee with the user saying, hey, once you've gotten on our airline, we're going to get you there eventually. And we hear when that eventually is unacceptable a lot. We heard a lot of complaints about that, but they still take some sort of responsibility. For transit, you're pretty much on your own. If something's late, something else isn't coming, maybe you know, maybe you don't. Maybe if you can work your apps really well, you know that the other one is late as well. But it would be nice to have some sort of deep integration and technology-based solution where if somebody has said, hey, I'm going from here to there and I have this transfer. One, there's some way to let the agency that's operating that transfer know, like, hey, like there's just some data sharing there. They might not do anything about it. That'll be their operational choice. But two, if you're going to miss a connection, the app helps figure out how to rebook or what the alternative is, what the other options are. And that starts to approach the type of service level guarantee that you get implicitly when you're on an airline, where you're not just going to be stuck in an airport in the middle of the country that you have no intention of being in. Sometimes you're going to be there for longer than possible, but I think that's some of the hesitation that comes with switching agencies, is it feels like you've moved from one agency's area of responsibility to another agency's areas of responsibility. And if you feel like you're barely, if you feel like you're slipping between zones of responsibility, I think that's probably true. And so finding some way to have a leveraged procurement, perhaps of a statewide solution that can help facilitate these interagency transfers over the long term, I think would be a great recommendation that maybe ties some of this 1F, 1A into the 1F, 1B below. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Juan. And we'll go to Kate, then Laurel, then Alex.
Thank you. I guess my challenge with this has been sort of how varied the regions are, both geographically, where they are technically, and advancing some of these principles. And I think it would be helpful to understand what what that is and maybe include that as part of the document that goes to the legislature in October so that sort of help the state in defining its role in implementing some of these strategies. And I think that is very important that the state does define that role, because I think in some circumstances, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to use our resources in areas where things are pretty advanced. Some areas that have smart cards for fares, open loop systems. The other thing is that, let me see, what was I thinking about here was how much, I guess, effort should be made to sort of standardize some of this when the trips between the regions are probably not that many. And then it becomes this problem where you have multiple ways of paying fares, multiple structures of fare costs. And then, I know that this idea of standardization, I think that just needs to be defined better. And one of the other areas has to do with, the cost of living changes dramatically too. So having a standardized fare structure across the state, to me, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I think that kind of covers it. But I do think the state needs to do, it would be really helpful to have the state's role in any of these things better defined.
Laura?
Thanks. I have some sort of high level framework thoughts and then some very specific feedback on the recommendations. But sort of high level framework. Ian and I were talking about this in the car today because we had a carpool because there was no way to get from transit to the Bay Area to here for a 9 a.m. meeting. But sort of thinking about within California, right? We have local transit trips, we have regional transit trips, and we have interregional transit trips. And the sort of decision-making factor as a consumer is different, I think, for those different types of trips, and the frequency in which someone takes them is different. And so I think we need to think about these decisions maybe sort of at those 3 different geographic scales because of that. And that also leads, I think, when you're thinking about, we are a group of people, I think, who mostly operate in the realm of like local and maybe regional trips, right? With the exception maybe of Chad, who's maybe thinking more of these like inter-regional trips. But if we're thinking about the very beginning of this task force, we were shown a slide that showed like what is driving VMT in California and how can you make the biggest chunk of that is thinking about these longer trips, right? So I do think that we should be thinking about what are recommendations that can help with these longer trips. And that is where like schedule coordination between, very infrequent service is really, really critical. Whereas I agree for like San Diego, operating your local service at the highest quality with the most frequency is the best thing we can do, right? And so sort of thinking about those scales differently, I think will help us get us to better recommendations of what is needed at each of those levels. Whereas I was at a family function this weekend. My elderly aunt who lives in Humboldt was asking me how to take transit to the Bay Area for a medical appointment. And like, literally for work. So she was like, I need your help figuring out the schedule so that I can not have to drive myself, which is a thing we all want, right? We want less MP. We also need options for seniors who live in rural parts of California to get to medical appointments. So she's trying to figure out the schedules of like how she can take the Amtrak bus to the Bay Area. I was able to help her, which is great. There is a connection, it'll work. But like, so that type of trip, right, is very different than the local trip. So that's my like big picture framework feedback. Getting into like the actual here on the fare coordination, I want to just sort of state, hopefully it doesn't need to be stated, but state that I hope that we're also thinking that these recommendations apply to paratransit. And one of the things that I think is particularly useful for a role for the state is to help with, and I know this is underway, the eligibility verification for reduced fares. So that, you don't have to get verified as your age, right, as a senior at every transit agency, that there's like a portal, and that helps, I think, hopefully on the transit agency and on the rider side to streamline that. So I think that there are some really, really critical things that the state can do on the fare side that'll make it much easier for people, especially seniors and people with disabilities and those who are eligible for reduced fares through programs. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thanks for that. Let's go Alex and then Carl.
Thank you. This is a really interesting discussion, and I, definitely agree with some of the comments that have been made about, really thinking about kind of the state trips versus regional versus local. And also thinking about how different some of the regions are. So obviously I'm in the Bay Area, and so that's what I'm most familiar with. And so I guess my comments obviously will be, from that vantage point. I think that the recommendations that really suggest creation of a clear governance framework on service and fare coordination. In speaking to that, I think that, it can make sense for the state to empower regions to, to better coordinate fare schedules. Really given that most of the travel does occur on a local and regional basis. I agree maybe with Ian, the thought that like how you define regions does matter too. But I do think that that is where most of the travel occurs rather than on a statewide scale. So I think really providing funding, resources, and tools for regions and operators, can enable further progress in this space. And again, I'm speaking in a region that I think has a lot of trips between many operators, and so I think that that can be really important. And I think I think each region really has to look at their context. We've done a business case on fare integration, and it really did make sense in our region where we could attract a lot more trips. But the business case really suggested that certain types of integration made a lot of sense if you had a certain amount of money, and then maybe a higher level of integration made more sense if you had a lot more money. So I think that those sort of details matter in terms of how you want to deploy your resources. So I think in terms of the Bay Area's experience working to improve fare coordination has really shown and demonstrated, I think, that investing a lot of time in trying to standardize local transit fares, especially bus fares, really may not be the best use of time, money, or quite frankly, political capital. But really focusing on removing the barriers between trips, so kind of the transfer penalty. I think that really does matter in a region like ours. And I think Ontario spoke to this. So the Ontario One Fare program, and in our region, we're working very closely, all the transit operators and MTC to deploy a free discounted transfer program. And I think that at least suggests through the business case will really make a lot of difference. So I think the state thinking about prioritizing funding to support those sort of fare integration initiatives make a lot of sense. For us to offer a free and discounted fare in terms of looking at lost fares could cost in our region $20 million a year. So having funding that could support those types of initiatives where they make sense, where it looks like you can really get a lot more riders, have better affordability, I think could be an important role the state could play. It also then frees up local resources so that those resources can be spent offering, directly into operations to make sure that those services are frequent and reliable. So I have other comments on the service side, but I'll wait till we get to more of those areas.
Great. Let's go to Carl.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to, I guess it's opportunity cost, right? What resources we put towards this are resources that we don't put towards something else. And speaking to Sharon's point, if we don't have frequency and reliability in operations, we miss our opportunity to get the greatest amount of ridership, whether it's from existing or new customers. And as my presentation showed, even in Monterey County, even very low income people who depend on public transit in our county have access to a car. And they will use that car, either their own friends, family members' car to get to they're going, a majority of them. So I'm concerned that putting too much emphasis on this issue may take our eye off the ball on those things that really result and have proven to result in the highest amounts of ridership frequency, reliability, and some of these other issues that have been brought up about people having to travel from far away to get to their jobs or to get to medical appointments. In Monterey County, we offer services, not every day, several days a week, though. We take people all the way up to UCSF and to the VA up in Santa Clara. No, we need to put housing and find ways to put housing and incentivize housing and medical facilities where they're needed, rather than having that dumped on the transportation provider to get small amounts of people through these very long regional trips or to medical appointments. We just really need to put the housing and the jobs and the and incentivize and encourage those aspects, because that's the dog, we're the tail. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Carl. And let's go to Michael.
So I think I just want to redouble on some of the remarks that have been made by a few of the task force members already, and just highlight that when we're talking about better coordination, better integration between services, between regions, that really it comes down to funding and support to support the reliability of our system, the frequency of our system. If we can get to a place where the headways are so low that folks are only waiting several minutes, a lot of these components start to fall together. And the considerations around what happens for a trip that's missed or a trip that's delayed falls by the wayside, because we have a level of frequency whereby people can count on another bus, another light rail car, another locomotive coming to pick them up and take them to where they need to go. I do want to just pick up on something that Alex had mentioned regarding incentives. I think part of the comments that we heard from the public were concerns around the penalty associated with transfer and the fact that folks are having to pay higher fares because they're transferring between systems and taking on additional burden. I think it's there that when we talk about what can be done, highlighting incentives, highlighting additional funding to make up those gaps is going to be central. You can have governance structure that tries to compel it, that becomes, as some have warned against, an unfunded mandate. Those agencies who have to eat the costs. And so we really have to come back to funding in this conversation. Now, I'll mention that when we had advanced our own recommendations on this front, we started with additional operating support, and that was very intentional, not simply because we're the industry representatives and saying we need more resources, but really it is what is central toward getting the outcomes that we want to see of increased ridership, increased comfortability with public transit. And that is something that I'll note is noticeably absent. Now, that may be because that is part of a conversation for a different date, but I do think that it's important as we elevate recommendations to the legislature that we don't give folks the opportunity to presume that the only thing that needs to change are institutions to make public transit in the state better. Because we may be having the conversation that's clear-eyed about how all these components come together, but we've all played in the space of Sacramento. We understand how one issue, one idea can be touted as the panacea. And so let us not give folks the opportunity to misinterpret what the focus and the intent of this work is. And so I would encourage that as we're talking about these big picture things, if we understand that it ultimately almost starts and ends with funding, we ought to stay it and not just keep that as a bifurcated point of discussion and make sure that it's central. Because I think what we're dealing with here is a industry and a series of systems that have been historically and chronically underfunded. The state legislature would like to believe that the only thing that needs to be adjusted are these systems from an institutional or an engineering perspective. And there are things that are fundamentally broken with how it is that we fund public transit that needs to be front and center in the conversation. And so that's my advice there. I think one thing I did want to make sure that we explore further as part of this discussion on these recommendations overall is just process for getting the recommendations before us, understand conversations had with this body, with the PWG, with the subject matter experts. I think it would be good to understand at what level are folks making recommendations and then having them presented here. And so, for example, if a subject matter expert is offering an idea, has that then gone through review at the TWG level? Has it then gone through review at the task force level before it makes its way onto the page? And then at what level of threshold is an idea that's proffered by any one voice given voice within the page? I think that would just be helpful for clarity's sake in understanding where it is that maybe further discussion is necessary versus things that we might be able to sign off on as a block in approval, denial, or amendment. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Great. Let's go to Amy.
Thank you. And I want to say I agree with most of the comments that were made, but I have to tell you, when I read language like this, and just for context, I run a very small transit agency in the middle of the central San Joaquin Valley. So when I read something that says create a standardized ... scares me a little bit, because when I look at my operation, I'm next door to Fresno Area Express, who changes their schedules quarterly. And in all transparency, Clovis Transit hasn't essentially changed our schedules since 2010. And the worry for smaller agencies, I think, is that if I'm required to change my schedules based on a metric that's imposed on me, either by the MPO or the state, one, where do I get the money to do that? And two, if I have some money, what other operational impact could I be doing with that money? And now I'm just going to have to change my routes, change my schedule to meet up with my next door neighbor, and we may or may not increase ridership. So like when I look at this whole entire staff report, that's what strikes me as, in theory, it sounds fantastic. And I think we all understand moving between transit agencies, the easier you can make it, the better it is. And it's better for our passengers. But when you're looking at operational concerns, it scares the pants off of me to try and meet some of these big policies. So I feel it's important to be sure that we keep that in the record, that smaller agencies may really struggle with this. And one way to bring a little bit of comfort is to be sure that there's no punitive measure to this. So if we are we have something imposed on us, a metric that's developed by whoever, if we can't quite make it and we have a good reason for not being able to make it, that there's no, that we're not punished either by reserving some of our funding or not having access to different funding pots. So thank you.
One quick comment on the staff report, just to clarify a few things. I believe that most of the wording in here is tied to these processes being defined in collaborative discussions among the bodies that would be first local and regional, and then seeing where there's statewide collaboration. It doesn't say that there's a specific standard that is predetermined or adopted here. On the integration front, I mean, at the level, I have completely hear this conversation around reliability and so forth being important. Most examples that we've seen of integration happen at the level of infrequent service, and that's probably where we already have frequent transit or bus services. There's not a lot of need to keep adjusting those schedules. It's really when you have things that are 30 minutes or hourly, where that penalty is very high for missing a connection, that integration is particularly important for those kinds of trips. So I guess, not that I think there's ways that we can improve on many of these recommendations. We're trying to, in developing these, we're trying to listen to what we hear in these previous task force meetings, as well as the further discussions within the TWG and from the subject matter experts. But most of this does not lay out an expectation of a particular result. It talks about instead a collaborative effort to determine amongst the various parties what kind of coordination you're going to do and what kind of frameworks could be helpful. And so certainly welcome any improvements on where we are right now on this, but our effort is to try to put out both strategies and recommendations that give space for proper things to be determined in the future, as well as for putting down strategies that might work, might be proposals for adoption. So I certainly recommend that you offer improvements on any of this.
Great, thanks, Chad. And let's go to Sharon.
Yeah, Sharon Cooney. I was hoping to move us along a little bit by making a motion to strike E1 and E2 out of the recommendations. I appreciate, Chad, your comments, but I'm also cognizant of what Michael Pimentel mentioned, which is sometimes, we're in this room and we're in this space, but, some standalone recommendations might be taken without proper context in Sacramento. So I would make the motion to remove E1 and E2 as recommendations.
I'm happy to second that. Okay, we have and just want to remind the task force that we will be taking up all of these recommendations individually by each strategy area. But we do have a motion to remove E1 and E2 and have a second. So Mike, can you call the roll? Oh,
I'm gonna
okay,
go
wait,
again,
actually, sorry. Let's, before we do that, let's go ahead and do discussion and capture our last two comments, and we'll go back. So let's go Laura and then Ian.
So I wanted to echo a couple of prior comments before we get to the part much. So what I wanted to mention was that I think D2 is particularly important. Right now, the operators are working on such small margins that there is no sandbox for experimentation. So not only is it about not facing penalties, but actually having sort of some funding for R&D that really provides a safety net for operators to try nuclear coordination. If I may also respond, may I also in the comment respond to the motion for my thoughts? Okay. So I think rather than fully striking out E1 and E2, what I might suggest is having some sort of opportunity to establish some clear roles and responsibilities to develop more integrated fairs and schedule coordination. I think the word governance framework sort of implies a set of institutional changes that can feel like a distraction and an unfunded mandate. But it is true that when there is a decision to move forward with fair integration and coordination of some sort, you do need collaboration, and that requires a significant amount of both role clarity and that experimental funding. So I'm not exactly sure what the right language would be at the moment, but I think it would be something like striking governance frameworks, but retaining the core spirit, which is to have a way of moving forward with some of these with clear roles and responsibilities.
Okay, let's go to Ian and then Kate. We are commenting now on the motion that's on the table.
Yeah, I would support Laura's, this is Ian Griffiths, kind of proposal here. I think E and the establishment of clear roles and responsibilities is the core of this recommendation. And it was talked about quite a lot at our prior meeting. It's based on the research, it's absolutely essential to being able to advance structured conversation around these topics at a regional level. The roles are not clear in many parts of the state. And even in the Bay Area, it was not clear up until a few years ago that MTC was, it was not clear who should be responsible within the Bay Area for advancing the fair integration discussion. And that clarity, I think, is, again, if the word governance is, I don't interpret the word governance as implying a new institution. It is really, the word to me means how do we define roles and responsibilities, whether that's binding or not binding. But we can remove, we can also remove the word governance, but I think to retain the identification of an action item here to clarify roles and responsibilities and to be having those discussions regionally in order to advance these initiatives, which have a lot of data behind them around their impact on increasing ridership and being an important part of the solutions is something I would strongly support. So yeah, whether it's amending the language today or just tabling those items and coming up, with language that everyone can be more comfortable with would be what I would support. The other comment I just wanted to make briefly was there was a comment suggesting that there was no identification of the need for funding for fare integration or service coordination, but I'm reading H. I'm interpreting H. I don't know if staff can clarify. Provide funding for long-term participation in fare and service coordination initiatives as being exactly that. So I hope that addresses that concern.
Great, thanks, Ian. And just a couple, comments on, E1 and E2, and Ian, to your question, H does speak specifically to providing funding for participation in this. That's fare and service coordination that can address things like fare gaps, right? So that is the broader kind of funding piece that it would help support a lot of this work. I do just, recognize that, frequency and reliability are foundational, right? I mean, that is the piece that we've been talking about, all throughout, and that is going to really drive our, funding discussion in our next meeting. But at the same time, I do think that there is benefit to really think about defining those roles and responsibilities. Again, with E1 and E2, we are not determining that structure today. We are opening up to say that we need to have further dialogue around this. So I don't know if, something that we might want to consider is, I think governance, kind of that word is triggering in a way, but maybe, creating a collaborative forum to support integration and what that looks like. That might be a better way to kind of frame this up. So again, it doesn't feel like something new is necessarily, being imposed. So just want to throw that out before we get into the additional comments. So we'll go, so let's go Juan, then Alex.
Juan Matute, UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. So one of the things we have studied in the context of previous state transit strategic plans was, and I work with somebody who's fluent in German, and so I'm bad with understanding how to say the VDV, the German Integrations Association of German Transport Companies. And so these came up in Germany throughout the last century as voluntary associations of private operators who realized that they needed to work better together in order to retain market share as people had cars. And so they recognized the need for some sort of association coordination to basically grow the pie of their ridership. And they operate on a regional basis, and they do the scheduling and fare coordination and all of that. And when I look at California, which is a very different structure, it's now our public transit agencies are public. There is, I think, a lot of benefit that can come from something that looks like those regional associations in Germany. But also, as I look at California, and then maybe just look at California, what makes us different than Germany, I think governance implies like an association has a governance structure, but it implies a very top down, like here it's going to be something that's imposed. I'd like to see the state work to create a platform so that there is some more voluntary version of an association that is very well supported with state incentives, technologies that can help with that, schedule simulation, integration type stuff that may be beyond the capacity of any one agency, but there's work that can be done. It'd be great to see that as more of a partnership than an imposition. So I don't know what rules we're on if we have a parliamentarian. Will we take a substitute motion at this time?
Yeah, we can entertain that.
Okay, so I'd like to make a substitute motion that we reconsider the language of E1, E2, strike this idea of governance frameworks and make it as regional association regional transit, public transit associations that are working together on these issues. Clarify that it's not a state down, top down mandate, because there's a lot of benefits that have come all over the world in having these regional associations, and I don't want to throw it out. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater just because it does, as written. I can see how this is interpreted as a like top-down state mandate, which I don't think is the right initial approach to engaging agencies. Idea that, hey, actually, if you work together, you can grow the pie and make things better for everyone.
The one, just want to clarify your alternate motion. So would that be related to, I guess, could you
It would be
further
for
clarify
E1 and
for
E2.
E1 and E2
Yeah,
what
so,
that?
Create a framework for voluntary regional transit associations that would essentially be replacing the bold. And then within the frameworks, establish the responsible entities. I would suggest to be just more of a matrix of responsibilities, like some version of a RACI matrix, so that people know what their roles are. Because I think sometimes everything's blended together and it's hard to recognize what roles are. So that'd be the substitute motion to soften this up a bit. F1. Well, I was just commenting on E and motion, just the substitute motion for E.
And then I guess for one substitute motion, do we have a second?
Yeah, Griffith, second.
Okay.
I believe, and I'm hoping I'm right here, so bear with me, folks, but the first motion would need to fail for the second motion to come to the, anyone? Second motion, yeah.
And also,
Yeah.
could someone reiterate the second motion, because it was, yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So the intent of the second motion is to remove the top-down language and mandatory nature, and instead, so the bold part of E1 would be struck to create voluntary regional public transit associations that work on. So that would be the precise language for the bold, and they would work on all of these things, but it wouldn't be perceived as a top-down mandate. And these associations would have to show that it's beneficial to join together to try to grow the pie, and the state would have a role in that. And then the second is within these frameworks, establish a matrix of responsibilities so that all players know what their responsibilities may be. So those would emerge from the associations. So the associations would be tasked with identifying who would be responsible for these things. So this is.
I believe I was in line next.
Please.
Sharon Cooney. So I am not going to support the substitute motion for the very reason that we spent so much time talking about this particular item. It makes it seem like it's such a big part of transforming transit in California. But the idea of voluntary associations is a great idea. Again, I look at my experience in San Diego. Before I became CEO, I was in charge of the planning and scheduling department for over a decade. And we share a platform. We happen to share Hastis with North County Transit District. We manage that software. We coordinate our schedules voluntarily. We do all of this because we want to grow ridership. And I imagine that's the same in every other transit agency operator here in California. We all want to coordinate because that's what you want. You want to be able to give the passengers the best trip. But if we include something in here that's kind of raising this to this level, just the amount of discussion we've had in this task force alone will lead people to think this is the panacea, to use Michael's word. So I feel like leaving anything in here with regard to giving the state some kind of control over local decision-making on scheduling, it will be implied that it's of utmost importance. And so I can't support the substitute. My apologies, because I've had too much caffeine today.
No, I appreciate the robust dialogue. And what I'd like to actually do, just to continue to move us along, and I know, yeah, a lot of kind of great discussion, great opinions here. I would like to actually, entertain a new motion where we direct staff to go back, to take a look at E1 and E2, take the feedback that we've heard today. I don't want to necessarily kind of lose these ideas and concepts, but I do think that it's important for us to really think about how we can continue to work together, not only locally, regionally, but interregionally at, kind of looking at coordination, looking at roles and responsibilities. So I would like to, maybe entertain a motion that staff come back in our next meeting with new recommendations that may, that do not focus as much on governance, but focus more on kind of setting up this collaborative table where we can continue
I'll
to
second that.
define. Yeah.
I think that would be a friendly amendment to the substitute motion if we wanted to stay on track here.
I withdraw my substitute motion.
Sorry, I feel silly with this. The language in F1 is similar, although it's on a different subject, but it's similar in its feeling and how it landed with us and people in my region. So I'd like to suggest that we include language for F1 to go back and also be massaged a little bit, softened up a little bit.
So with that, I'll actually hold on that comment because we'll take each of these up individually, E, F, G, and H. But we do have a motion on the table in a second for staff to go back and better define E1, E2 in a subsequent meeting based on the feedback that we had today.
And just to reiterate, we're looking at E1 and E2. The motion was made by Chair Tolleson and seconded by Miller, and now we will take a vote on that to have those revisited. I will go in alphabetical order by your last names. Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
No.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Hance.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Mo Luna.
Aye.
Pageant Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel.
No.
Sidoric.
No.
Tolkoff.
Aye.
Tollefson.
Aye.
Turner.
No.
Watkins.
Yes.
Watts.
No.
Twelve yeas. 5 noes. Motion passes.
All right. And then we'll move on to section F, create standardized regional fare structures. F1 is to review and standardize fare products and fare benefits across agencies and regions before scaling statewide. Amy, you wanted to propose an alternate motion?
I'd make the motion similar to E1 and E2, that the recommendation is for staff to go back and rework the language.
Do we have a second? Any broader comments from the group on that alternate motion? Alex?
I guess my comment would be whether or not we should take, bring everything back, because I think once you lose A1, E1, E2, and F1, I'm not sure what the funding is supporting in terms of integrated fares. So that would be one of my, I just think it all should hang together a little bit better. So I'm all for more money for, fare integration, but it seems like some of the main components of fare integration are being tabled until next time. So just a thought there.
All right, Mike, can we call the roll on the alternate motion to have staff take back F and bring back a new set of recommendations to a subsequent meeting?
Yes, then that was motioned by Hanson, then seconded by Sadork. And again, in alphabetical order, Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Hance.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Moluna.
Aye.
Pageant Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel.
Aye.
I'm sorry, was that yes? Was that A? Yes, okay. Sadork.
Aye.
Tolkoff.
Aye.
Tollefson.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Watkins.
Aye.
Watts.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Great, thanks. And as we move forward with G, I would like to actually, I think Alex makes a great point with respect to H, and I do think that H is going to be really important in terms of the funding piece associated with any kind of collaborative forum, whatever we want to consider in terms of really diving into some of that kind of fare and schedule coordination. So I would like to propose an alternate motion to take up G and H together, but basically have H pulled from the agenda here and taken back with the revised recommendations in a subsequent meeting. So essentially, we will be taking up just G1 and G2, and H1 on funding will be considered in a future meeting. Do I have a second?
Carrie Watkins, second.
Any discussion on G1, G2, and H1? All right, call the roll.
Thank you. Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Hance.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Matute.
Aye.
Miller.
Aye.
Moluna.
Aye.
Pageant Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel.
Aye.
Sadork.
Aye.
Tolkoff.
Aye.
Tollefson.
Aye.
Turner.
Aye.
Watkins.
Aye.
Watts.
Excuse me. Aye.
Motion passes.
Great. And then what I'd like to do right now is actually propose that we take a short break. If we could take a 10-minute break before we get into our next set of recommendations on coordinated scheduling. We're at 10:55. Let's reconvene promptly at 11:05.
We'll start again in 1 minute.
All right, if everyone could come back, I think we'll go ahead and get started with our next set of recommendations on coordinated scheduling. So if we could go to our next slide. So we're looking at our next set of recommendations around I. This is on coordinated scheduling, develop and provide standards and analytics to support integration. I think a lot of these items are really important to make sure that we are successful. Given the conversation that we had on the previous set of recommendations on service and fair coordination, I'm almost feeling like while these are extremely important, so much of this is driven by, really what, we kind of do around that kind of broader service and fair coordination. So this is another one where I don't know that we necessarily need to modify any of the recommendations here, but I would like to take these up comprehensively with what we bring back in a subsequent meeting. So if the task force members are comfortable, I would like to actually provide an alter motion to take these up in a subsequent meeting with the other items that were tabled from the previous discussion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any broader comments on the recommendations on coordinated scheduling? Otherwise, we have a motion to take these back in a subsequent meeting. Oh, thank you. Let's go to Rashidi, Carrie, then Alex.
Sorry, Rashidi Barnes, right out the transit. One of the things that I think we miss here is coordinating schedules is real-time traffic for buses, because that impacts what who we can coordinate and how often we can coordinate and how we can really meet those those data points. So if there's somehow we can also incorporate that into the data collection, I think that'll be very important, especially for smaller operators who are trying to coordinate with regional rail.
Great. Carrie.
So there's just a couple of things in here similar to the amount of money that we're spending on other things when really the focus should be on more frequency and reliability and such. I'd love to see a lot more information on the idea of the digital twin. Something like this could be very expensive to develop and maintain. And I think we want to have an understanding of something like that, the costs associated with these, before we put anything like that forward.
Thanks. Alex, then Laurel, then Juan.
Yeah, I think along those lines, I was just interested in more like understanding of this digital twin and kind of why it was put forward. What's the thought process there? I just really didn't understand it. So I was hoping to get a little information. It sounds like we're bringing this back And then similarly on establishing common software platforms, like wondering if, it seems like the state helping with, certain contracting and procurement and getting like software, in the hands of folks. But I'm not sure whether exactly having the same software across the state is important. So I think on a few of these, I just was wondering like, why they rose to the top here and just having a little more information. I just helped me evaluate it a little bit better.
Great. And actually, before we go to our next comments, I'd like to have staff present.
Yeah, a lot of the coordinating scheduling discussion at both the SME and TWG level resulted in there was a lot of we cannot do this because we don't understand our neighbor, and like what would be the mechanics necessary to have that available. So these were an attempt to summarize some of the needs of what it would take to actually do coordinated scheduling and having that shared analytics. As many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with, the primary data set we have on ridership, for example, is the NTD, which is reported out at an agency level. So while every agency in this room can say, this is how many riders we have boarding and alighting at almost every stop, maybe not every, APC, you can go into all the weeds on this. Looking at these things in aggregate and the lack of interoperability has been a real challenge. So these were an attempt to kind of bring forward some of the common needs that where we need to have interoperability and potential integration in order to make coordinated scheduling work. But obviously, we do have that motion on the table, but that was where a lot of the discussion in our SME and TWG interviews was.
Also on the scheduling piece. On the scheduling piece, a lot of this is we have already gone down the path of funding the 5311 agencies to have a scheduling platform that's in common. And so that is something that we're about to roll out to the 5311 agencies in the state, so that they have access to common scheduling software that's about 90% cheaper than if they went out and did it themselves. So that's part of what is behind that recommendation.
All right, let's go to Laurel, then Juan.
Great, thank you. That was actually one of my questions. I wanted to understand more about the central digital twin. My second question is more of an observation. I noticed that under the fair integration strategy and policy recommendations, as well as under the what is the second part? The security and safety one, that there's a specific strategy and policy recommendation related to funding. And I don't know if this is the reason that Chad mentioned that that was not called out specifically under the schedule integration, was because 5311, but 5311 is only for small and rural. So I think the funding component is something that needs to be highlighted across the board. And just in terms of reading it, it was at the bottom. So highlighting it and maybe even bringing it to the top of the list, I think is important. And I don't know that this is necessarily prioritized in order or anything, but having that funding need and policy recommendation, just bringing it to the top, I think will draw more eyes to it.
Juan.
So I think one of the things that's hard about meeting every 2 months or so is sometimes we forget which problems so these are listed as solutions, and sometimes we forget which problems each of them is looking to solve. And like for the established common software platforms, one of the problems that I remember hearing either in past meetings or in past research is just how hard it is to find people who have the specialized skills to run a certain software platform, and how some agencies are essentially stuck without, smaller agencies especially, are stuck without a scheduler for a little bit because of the dedicated technical skills that are needed. And so I saw this as both a something that fixed a problem with labor recruitment, as well as something that could be a foundation for other coordination in the future. With the and then the build and maintain central digital twin, that's a solution that is associated with some problems, but I think it would be really good to have clarity on what those problems are. These can be very costly to maintain, but they can also provide a lot of benefit, right? So if there is some version of a statewide network and there can be some a statewide digital twin and there's doing some cloud computing and other things in order to provide some sort of value-added technical assistance to agencies, not that they have to have 15 meetings for, but just that kind of says like, hey, we've been running this in the cloud and here's a report that you might be able to use that you can use in your decision-making to help or not help. That would seem to be a lot more of a benefit perhaps than some of the other problems or use cases. So I think clarity there would be important.
Harry.
I have one bigger picture question, because it is coordinated scheduling, but some of the items below here make me think about rider information as well. Do we have a different, like, would that fall into a bucket elsewhere? Or do we have any recommendations that would go along with providing standardized information out to riders and platforms and things that would help, not just on the agency end, but on the customer end?
Yeah, and on that, we do have a future item in the likely the December meeting.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so yeah, really appreciate all the feedback. I think we will take that into consideration. The motion on the floor right now is to take all of these items, I-1 through I-5, back, and staff will refine, and then we will take those back at a subsequent meeting along with the items that were tabled in E1, E2, F1, and H1.
Thank you. The motion was brought up by Tollefson and then seconded by Matute, and we will go through the roll call vote. Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Cooney.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Hance.
Aye.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Matute.
Yes.
Miller.
Aye.
Moluna.
Yes.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Pimentel.
Yes.
Sidork.
Yes.
Tolkoff.
Yes.
Tollefson.
Aye.
Turner.
Yes.
Watkins.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great, so let's keep moving along. Our next set of recommendations are related to safety and cleanliness, building upon the conversation that we had at our last task force meeting. We have 4 different sections here that we will talk about. I'll open it up to comments on the entirety of kind of issues around safety and security, but we will vote on each specific strategy with their set of recommendations individually. So we'll have 4 different opportunities to take action. So the first section is to implement physical security measures for frontline transit workers and riders. Section K, improving coordination with health and human services agencies to ensure comprehensive health-related safety and security responses. Strategy L, ensuring coordination at the state level between agencies. And Section M, providing dedicated safety and security funding. So we will take each of those up, individually, but are there any comments more broadly around safety and security? Let's go to Michael.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to comment. Michael Pimentel with California Transit Association. Just want to say that on balance, myself and my members are supportive of what is presented here. I think it does capture well most of the challenges that we had indicated, the conversation we had several months ago on safety and security. I think a few observations I want to lend is while we do highlight the need for dedicated funding for the safety infrastructure and for things like de-escalation and violence mitigation training, we'll just encourage that for any of the recommendations that may create a cost pressure on an agency, that we identify some resources to move those measures forward. So for example, we have a recommendation that speaks to implementation of surveys for priority populations, monitor safety of transit systems. As you know, under the legislation that was passed just last year to require agencies to move forward, one of the ways that the 10 agencies that are impacted by that legislation are in fact moving forward with the survey is through the provision funding. And so certainly if there's a contemplation of a broader initiative there, we'd want to make sure that there too, there's support to see those agencies move forward with the surveys, and then ultimately also the implementation of strategies identified. I think the one area where I did want to uplift position a policy recommendation we had offered in the last round of discussions is around prohibition orders. I do appreciate that there's a consideration there to the regionalization of prohibition orders. But I will note that not included within these recommendations is one of our chief recommendations, which was to expand prohibition order authority to transit agency statewide. And part of why that is important is one, agencies need that authority to be able to enhance their enforcement on their systems. But two, if we're looking at a regional approach, you would have to have every agency within the region actually be able to issue a prohibition order for a regional system actually be functional. So for example, BART may have the authority today, but if say Tri-Delta Transit doesn't, I'm not presuming that that's the case for you, Rashidi, but if that were the case, Rashidi may have an issue. He might not be able to issue a prohibition order. So how can we regionalize that prohibition order for the region? So again, we need to talk about expanding that authority to be able to actually implement one of the recommendations that's here on the page. And so I know others may give voice to similar considerations, but I think for us, prohibition orders and funding to move these implementation strategies forward is going to be critical. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Michael. Let's go to James and then Carl.
Thank you. James Lindsay with the Amalgamated Transit Union. Just real quick on the protective doors for operators. Just want to make sure that we're not creating a bigger problem by the protective doors by creating glares that the operators can't see the whole right side of the vehicle as they're driving, because that can create problems with glare. So I just want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind as far as the protective doors go. I also concur with Michael in the prohibition orders. I know that does work in areas where we have that ability. I know it's not a task that's taken lightly, as it shouldn't be for, as the person mentioned earlier, somebody that can't get around on transit, or that's their only means of transportation, and being barred from being able to take transit and getting somewhere. But those customers or citizens need to understand that stabbing operators, spitting on operators, throwing foreign materials on operators just should not be tolerated whatsoever. And in de-escalation training, I know a lot of my members have requested that this type of training be specific for transit rather than using peace officer type de-escalation, because that's not working for us. We need de-escalation training that is specific to transit operators' needs rather than peace officer, because we're not peace officers. Thank you.
Can I clarify one thing on that? On the first issue you brought up on protective doors for bus operators, that might be language could be added potentially to that would say like consistent with safe vehicle operations or something like that. So when we get to the point of looking at how we're handling these, if something that like would make that clearer is is desirable, please propose it.
Let's go to Carl.
Thank you. With regard to item J2, constructing emergency call boxes. Those often don't exist or don't work in rural areas, so perhaps we need some supporting infrastructure for emergency communications, videos, whether that's rural broadband, voice over IP type of just something more than emergency call boxes. We just need to talk more about emergency communications infrastructure writ large. Thank you.
Let's go to Laurel and then Kate.
Thanks, Laurel Pettis-Seekins from Public Advocates. Clearly, this is a really, really important issue for riders and for transit employees. I did want to talk a little bit about the prohibition orders. Just a question, like, I'm assuming that regionalizing prohibition orders, does that mean that if someone is potentially banned from, for example, BART, that would also apply for AC Transit or, a neighboring agency? Is that the idea? I think one thing that would be extremely important in the implementation of that is that the removal is also instantaneous, that people can't be stuck in some limbo of like BART updates their paperwork, but some other agency doesn't. That like there has to be a way for people to get off the list in a way that is, it's like when you have a hold on your license and you go and you pay your fine, you can get your driver's license back. Like it has to be, at that easy for people to get off the list across all of the agencies. So that back end implementation needs to be seamless. And then the other thing that I think that sort of raised some questions for me was around implementing technology to identify prohibited individuals. I'm assuming that is talking about facial recognition software. Is that what the intention is with that?
No particular intent aside from ensuring that those prohibition orders were implementable. No intended implementation pathway identified.
Yeah, I guess I would just want to flag that any implementation would be have assessments to make sure that it is not using technology that has known like bias built into the development of that and how it is, the like false positives are not a problem with people being identified incorrectly. Thank you.
Let's go to Kate.
I just want to second what Carl said about the rural broadband, because not only is it an issue for safety, it's also an issue for communicating with our vehicles and making sure that our riders know when the buses are going to be arrived. We constantly have outages, and then the bus just disappears on people's phones and they don't know when the bus is going to arrive. And I think it's like a very expensive investment. I understand that, but a necessary one.
Let's go to Laura and then Sharon.
Thank you. I'll just mention two things that are coming from a rider experience perspective, particularly those on using some form of rail. One of the things that I think could improve safety is having fare compliance inspectors, particularly at station entrances or gates. I think this is one of those things that's highly frustrating when riders who do pay see fare evasion occurring. And then the second thing, which is the bigger picture here, and I think you've heard it said a few times, which is that actually frequency and reliability is a safety issue. If you are waiting underground, let's say, for 25 minutes, 40 minutes, and you're alone or it's very sparsely populated, you feel very, very exposed, particularly if you are a woman, a senior, or a person with a disability. And so I think being able to have frequent and reliable service that makes people want to ride and ride on a consistent basis is actually going to provide a level of comfort and safety that that doesn't require some of the what I would call kind of hardening.
Great. Sharon?
Yeah, I actually think that all these were good. These two sections, and I think they kind of dovetail a little bit. The first section seems more like it's a toolbox for us as operators to choose from to assist us in our security concepts. But for instance, the call box item, I'm assuming that means just some sort of way for our passengers to access security. We don't do call boxes because frankly, what happens is somebody's always pushing the call box just to be harassing to the transit operators. So instead, what we do is we have, I know it's strange, but payphones where you can automatically call 911. So that's what I'm taking these as, is they're not prescriptive in their nature so much as this is best practices. Am I reading that correctly?
That's right.
Okay. So, you know, with regard to prohibition orders, you have to be pretty egregious in order to get a prohibition order from a transit agency. I mean, we do it so seldom. And the people that you do end up prohibiting are repeat offenders, meaning they've hit people multiple times, you know, they spit on things, they defecate on the train, you know, they, you know, harass the bus driver every day, you know, so I don't think we need to be too concerned that we'll be overly punitive with that. And I would support if you wanted a motion to move forward with these. Keeping in mind the comments that have been made here today.
Well, great. And Carl, did you have any additional? Okay.
I would just support that.
Okay, great. So, Rashidi?
Rashidi Barnes, Tri Delta Transit. Before on Jim's idea, I want to expand on that from my experience with regards to J1. I don't know if we're going to talk about it later or expand on it, but the protective doors, some of our operators don't. And so I guess my point here is that per union contract or per union agreement, I just don't want to be forced to have to put doors on if my union doesn't. Does that make sense? Every union operates different at a local level. We actually had a recent discussion with our union. They all voted to keep the protective doors on, but we were going to take them because they wanted them on. So all I'm saying is that I'm just hoping that this is not going to be a requirement, but if it is, you add that per a union agreement to allow.
Yeah, and what I'd say to that is that, you know, all of these recommendations, similar to last round, we will have an opportunity to take those back in a meeting in early 2025. So these are really kind of pushing these draft recommendations for final refinement, you know, in early next year. So I think that's definitely something we can, you know, take into consideration. So one of the things that I just did want to kind of quickly clarify here. So for items J1 through J4 that we'd be taking up. For J1, what we heard was install protective doors for bus operations consistent with safe vehicle operations, taking your point into account as well, Rashidi. And then for J2, modifying our language where, you know, instead of calling out specifically emergency call boxes, we'd be talking about emergency communications equipment. And again, we'd have opportunities for all of these to actually refine the specific language that goes into the report, but these are the concepts that we'd be moving forward. So I had a motion from Sharon to move J1.
Just one clarification, could it be equipment and systems?
I think that.
Yeah.
Equipment and systems. So we had a motion from Sharon. Do I have a second? Second from Carl. So this would be to take up items J1 through J4 with the modifications discussed. Mike, if you can call the roll.
I sure I knew who seconded that motion. Sador, thank you. Barnes,
Aye.
Bockelman,
Aye.
Cooney,
Aye.
Griffiths,
Aye.
Hance,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Matute,
Yes.
Miller,
Aye.
Moluna,
Yes.
Pageant Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Yes.
Satoric,
Yes.
Tolkoff,
Yes.
Tollefson,
Yes.
Turner,
Aye.
Watkins.
Aye.
Watts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Then I'd like to take up items under strategy K, improve coordination with Health and Human Services agencies to ensure comprehensive health-related safety and security responses. This would be items K1, increase presence of safety professionals on transit systems, and K2, coordinate with Health and Human Service agencies to implement services for unhoused people on and around transit systems. Do I have a motion to approve K1 and K2? Motion Barnes. Do I have a second?
Second, Lindsay.
Second, Lindsay. Mike, if you could call the roll.
Barnes,
Yes.
Bockelman,
Yes.
Cooney,
Yes.
Griffiths,
Yes.
Hance,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Matute,
Yes.
Miller,
Yes.
Moluna,
Yes.
Pageant Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Yes.
Sadork,
Yes.
Tolkoff,
Yes.
Tollefson,
Yes.
Turner,
Yes.
Watkins,
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Let's move to our next section. So strategies L, ensure coordination at the state level between agencies. We have 5 items on the screen here that we'd like to move forward with. I know some of the conversation was around making sure that we also have funding to support these. I think naturally as we would move forward with any of these, that is going to be part of the conversation. But do I have a motion to approve items L1 through L5 under coordination at the state level between agencies?
I'll make that motion, Hance.
Motion Hance. Do I have a second?
Second, Cooney.
Second, Cooney. And pause for discussion. Laurel.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to reiterate the concern about regional prohibition orders without sort of really clear framework for ensuring that that people are taken off lists across the entire region once their order is up, so that it doesn't become a catch-22 situation people are caught in.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think as we further refine all these recommendations, we can definitely have some of those qualifiers, in addition to the fact that if we do ultimately move forward with having a regional prohibition order, we actually need the ability for agencies to enforce that as well. But I think those are all considerations as we refine the actual language here. Any other comments, Rashidi?
That actually should not have been up. Oh.
No.
Rashidi Barnes tried out the transit. It may have been discussed in the working group, but who would manage? Would the state be managing the prohibition, or what's the topic?
That has not been developed yet. So that's something that we would come back if this is something that the task force wants to see us continue to explore. We would kind of flesh it out.
And I think with a lot of the recommendations, a lot of these will ultimately, kind of need legislation. They'll need, a lot of, kind of discussion around implementation. So from, this group, we're just moving forward these ideas that will get further, deliberated on in different forums. And then I've got a couple comments, Michael, and then Carrie.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification on L2 on examine opportunities, regionalized prohibition orders is embedded within that a consideration that every agency would have the ability to actually not just enforce, but actually be able to execute issuing a prohibition order.
I believe that was the Hunter Owens. I believe that was the intent, and we'll make sure that is appropriately reflected as this is developed into the full concept for further review.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification.
Then we'll go Carrie and then Amy.
Carrie Watkins, UC Davis. L4, I guess I want to try to understand. I think I know where this is coming from, but I feel like there's maybe language that needs to be here to understand what the coordination part of encouraging the commercial development is, because I think eventually we're going to have a whole other section on like land use. I mean, that's what we're talking about all afternoon. So this is only specifically related to coordination at the state level related to that?
Hunter Owens, again, there's no perfect mapping of the synthesis. Obviously, even if you read the legislation, there's some jumbled topics within it. So there's no perfect thing. I think this is specifically to say that there's particular value, and some of the feedback we really directly got to the encouragement of commercial development and unlocking that. And there were barriers presented when we were given that feedback, where existing legislation around how public spaces can be used prevents development of the station areas, whether that's related to liability concepts or just even underlying commercialization of public space can often prevent that type of development. So that was one of the reasons we put it in the coordination state level bucket, because there are blockers that prevent agencies from being able to execute on those opportunities. And then obviously we'll be having that future discussion about other reasons why, but specifically inside the safety principle and within the strategy, this was sort of the best fit for it.
And Amy.
Thank you. Originally, I just wanted to talk about L3 and take this opportunity to elevate that. The safety of all of our employees is paramount, and that L3 really does touch on things and any opportunity we have to enhance punishment for any abuse to any public transit employee or our contractors really needs to have a highlight on it. But I want to just dovetail a little bit on what Michael said about L2. Just thinking about some of the operators that I represent, they likely have never had to do a keep off the bus order. And so I think it's an opportunity for the state to create guidance so that we understand civil rights and the correct process on if you're to the point, and Sharon's correct. I think we've done this twice in the history of Clovis Transit where we've actually prohibited someone from being on the bus. So we don't do it very often, so we likely are not that familiar with it. So it's an opportunity to give us some guidance and some understanding about how properly to do that to keep our passengers safe, our employees safe, and also make sure that our passenger that's whatever they've done, that we maintain all of their rights. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point with respect to both L2 and L3, really making sure that that's done with appropriate guidance. And also to Laurel's point, if someone is, prohibited, what is the process to kind of get back, on? So I think all of that we will, take into account as we, further refine. Any other comments? All right, Mike, please call the roll.
For L1 to L5, where's Barnes?
Aye.
Bockelman,
Aye.
Cooney,
Aye.
Griffiths,
Aye.
Hance,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Matute,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Mo Luna,
Aye.
Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Aye.
Sadork,
Aye.
Tolkoff,
Aye.
Tolleson,
Aye.
Turner,
Aye.
Watkins,
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. So our last section here is section M, strategies to provide dedicated safety and security funding. We have 3 items to cover, M1 through M3. I did want to make just one, specific modification to, M2, based on James Lindsay's, comment, just making sure that we're providing dedicated funding for de-escalation and violence mitigation training specific to transit employees. So if there are any other comments, now is the time. Rashidi?
Rashidi Barnes, right out the transit. One of the things that sometimes gets lost in this is our customer service agents who are actually on the phone. We get calls, how many ever calls a day? A lot of them are they're mean, for lack of a better term. And so de-escalation training for our customer service agents. I know it says all transit division, but I just want to highlight that that's a group that a lot of times we overlook. Proper training, and they're forward-facing individuals, to public relevance.
That's great feedback. Juan.
With regards to M1 and particularly some of the lighting infrastructure, I know the University of California has various roles in doing research things on the ground. One of the things that's literally on the ground that they do is a pavement research center to look at different durability in pavement. One of the things I've noticed with the solar lighting is that there's a great deal of, let's call it, variability in quality and what types of lighting is produced and what how bright it is. And so there may be some opportunity for perhaps Caltrans to think about in its research contracting, whether or not like evaluation, durability testing of some of the equipment that may be offered on the market could be something that would be value add to California transit agencies, so they know they're getting something for their money. Because I've seen anecdotal and other evidence of where they haven't.
Yeah, thanks. That's something we'll definitely take back with our Caltrans team. Right. Do I have a motion to approve M1 through M3?
So move.
Who said that?
Watkins?
Carrie Watt.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Miller, seconded. Barnes,
Aye.
Bockelman,
Aye.
Cooney,
Aye.
Griffiths,
Aye.
Hance,
Aye.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Matute,
Yes.
Miller,
Aye.
Mo Luna,
Aye.
Paget Seekins,
Yes.
Pimentel,
Aye.
Sadork,
Aye.
Tolkoff,
Aye.
Tollefson,
Aye.
Turner,
Aye.
Watkins,
Aye.
Watts.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great. Well, really appreciate all the discussion. I know that was a lot to get through this morning. What I'd actually like to do now is actually have our break for lunch. I will say, let's come back at 12:25 and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Mark. So logistics on lunch, you'll need a lunch. There are box lunches. There's a selection of sandwiches, including including a vegetarian option. You'll need a lunch ticket. You can collect from me. I'll go by and get you each one. And then there's a right outside these doors, directly across, there's a courtyard, outdoor courtyard, or there's also, we're obviously within walking distance of the wharf as well. So a lot of places to eat lunch or bring it back to this room, have it lunch in this room if you'd like as well. Thank you.
All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We'll go ahead and get started with our afternoon portion of the program. So yeah, really appreciate all the discussion, getting through the recommendations. But we will tackle a few more of our statutorily required topics that we need to cover as part of this group this afternoon. So fifth up on the agenda is our discussion of changes to land use and housing policies that can improve public transit use. So with that, I'd actually like to turn it over to Hunter to provide a brief presentation, and then we will move forward. So Hunter.
All right, thank you so much. Can we go to the next slide, please? Hunter Owens, Caltrans staff. To start, one thing that we heard loud and clear through our process in engaging on the possibility of changes to land use and housing policies to drive transit ridership, which is the statutory language, is that our transportation and housing crises are really linked with each other. I would not be the first person to remark that transportation and land use planning need to be coordinated in this state, but was worth saying. To go to the next slide, just to kind of frame up some of the opportunities here. For those of you who are not up to date on our statewide housing plan and our regional plans, we have a goal of building 2.5 million new homes by 2030 here in California, with no less than 1 million of those affordable for lower income households. An increased, density of housing, population, and jobs really around transit should, boost ridership longer term, sort of the thesis of transit-oriented development. And then finally, the third, big win as part of this conversation is that these developments could often create a sustainable source of revenue for transit agencies that is not fare box, nor is it sort of excise tax derived. Let's go to the next slide. So for the purposes of today's conversation, we've split it in the agenda sort of in line with what we have in statute. So the first is sort of thinking robustly around how we might be able to, one, boost transit ridership, but two, also just improve access in sort of improving access to opportunity, access to jobs, access to recreation, and all of that good stuff. And then the second part, which we're kind of focusing on for the next agenda item, will be sort of more of the value capture opportunities, and how agencies can capture various revenue sources. So to talk about what we've got coming up, what are the goals of sort of, and what are the items on discussion when it comes to housing and land use policies. Whether it's on transit agency owned land, on all other, sort of land that is near fast and frequent transit, and really crucially, sort of systematically integrated into our transit expansion planning and just transit planning in general. Really looking at how we can create station areas that are more accessible and community oriented. And, obviously we talked a little bit earlier about that safety enhancement. And then obviously just here we go, but reducing VMT, providing affordable housing, increasing economic development and tax revenue. This is kind of what we've got on the focus for today. Let's go to the next slide. So we have a short case study that we've prepared and worked with our TWG on. We did choose a non-California based agency. So this is WMATA in Washington, D.C. And the nation's capital region. And these are two stops on the Orange Line. You have the Ballston MU station, which previously had a high of about 96,000 riders and a little bit short of 6,000 today. And that's kind of increasing. There are about 18,500 people per square mile in the immediate station area. And then as a comparison, we have two stops down the line, which is West Falls Church, which has again, less of the quarter of the riders. It has a substantially lower number of people per square mile and substantially higher cost. It is a higher cost of living area. And the real, story here is, what does, in Arlington County, they had a really comprehensive TOD plan. This is kind of a story that has been told in a lot of planning journals. So I don't want to repeat it too much for those who are familiar, but I think the satellite image really speaks to what you can see, which is there are a lot of things right next to the Ballston MU station. If you look at the West Falls Church station, you can see that it is mostly surrounded by highway. And then you can also see, I will flag that the large park and ride area is now recently been reapproved for a redevelopment of 700 housing units. So that number of people per square mile should be going up in the near future. And there was really, in the story of these two stations being built, there was a lot of coordination and alignment with Arlington County. And then Fairfax County, sort of was very explicit in not wanting to zone or develop for housing near new transportation when WMATA was being built out. Let's go to the next slide. Bringing it back to the California case, and I'll just kind of take you through these charts. But for those of you who are not familiar, we have a statutory definition of high quality transit within the Public Resources Code. By no means is it perfect, but it defines 4 types of high quality transit. We have avoided putting the ferry case on this chart just for visual clarity, but as you can see, we've looked at bus rapid transit, rail, and bus hubs. So the dots represent the median station in California and the number of people, jobs, or housing units per square mile near that station. And the bars represents the 95th and 5th percentile. The story here to really take away is just this incredible variation in the amount of things, whether that's jobs, housing units, just people, destinations near transit. Obviously, some of that, some of our rail stations and BRT stations obviously have really high density. You look at, your downtowns, I'm pretty sure the top end of that rail dot is down to your downtown SF BART stations. But you also see that the median is substantially below our own state's guidelines for the density needed to support transit-oriented development. And as we all know, transportation is a network. And what you can see here is a real opportunity for improvement in terms of land uses that support ridership near a majority of our high-quality stations, regardless of the modal split. Let's go to the next slide. So just kind of looking at some of the industry research that we have reviewed, transit supportive housing could add anywhere between 1.6 to 2.4 million new homes. That would obviously increase local and state tax revenues, which, helps on that revenue side of the piece. And then also, just to bring us back to our goals, is another huge reducing factor in BMT and greenhouse gas emissions. Let's go to the next slide. So just to, kind of reiterate, like, what are the pieces of the puzzle that makes this work? Obviously, something that this group has highlighted before, but proximity to fast and frequent transit, transit-oriented development near, excellent transit helps. You do need a relatively higher density development. You need to zone and plan for these high density developments near transit, often multifamily buildings. Highlighting a mix of uses, not just housing, but also looking at, retail, offices, healthcare, recreation being a crucial piece of the puzzle of making TOD work. Another piece, parking management, looking at, how can parking management strategies be used to ensure the highest and best use of land. Obviously, another key piece and key priority is affordable housing, making sure we have inclusive development that has diverse, vibrant communities and that crucially serve our existing riders. Also, a couple last pieces of the puzzle, it does need to make financial sense. And then finally, I will say a thing we heard loud and clear from our SMEs and TWG is like really making sure that public entities and private entities and the public are coordinating into a shared vision for transit-oriented communities, and we are collectively planning together. Let's go to the next slide. So just some observations from our TWG and SME meetings about the current state of our land use and housing policies near transit. One thing we heard is, sort of starting at the strategic vision layer. Wouldn't be the first person to say it, but I heard it a lot, so I'm repeating it, which is to say there's a lack of integrated transit and housing planning. Transit agencies in particular called out the limited input they had on transit TDM plans. In that, when a city is, and these are at the city level, not necessarily at the regional level, when a city is doing their TDM planning, they may not actually be coordinating with their transit agencies, despite, you know, developers being told, like, you should be purchasing this type of transit pass for all of your residents. The transit agencies often did not know or were not involved in that planning. At the zoning level, again, sort of reiterating some of the literature, but land near transit is often not proactively zoned to support dense development, and to see what those, you know, looking at the chart we just reviewed. Talking to more of the developer community, you know, there was definitely a lack of visibility into what parcels are eligible for sort of all the transit supportive development incentives that have been rolled out both historically and over the last few years. At the entitlement levels, there was just sort of a lengthy process, or especially a discretionary process, often led to the inability to build transit supportive homes and or other developments. Permitting remains a challenge across the board. And then finally, the financing and funding piece, you know, right now, whether it was affordable or market rate housing, you know, or both, you know, is difficult to finance, especially given interest rates. We also identified a few cross-cutting observations. One was local agencies, you know, had limited capacity or expertise to really thinking about how do we scale and grow development near transit to ensure that we have the land use that will drive ridership long-term. And finally, you know, these responsibilities are really split across a lot of different entities, and policies are not always clearly coordinated and articulated. Go to the next slide. You know, again, looking at some of the potential strategies that were brought up early by the TWG, and these are not for being voted on. These were just things that were brought forward to us for you all to review, just to be 100% clear. Kind of looked across the board of really engaging the transit agencies early, looking at what are the zoning incentives that might need to be done, looking at how agency land acquisition and assembly could be identified, and then also potentially assembled in a way that helps support transit agencies in growing that. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in our value capture time and agenda item. Looking at the entitlement piece of the puzzle, most of the entitlements have become by right due to SB 35, but that's not necessarily related to being near transit. That's related to a different set of processes. So potentially looking into making sure entitlements could be by right without SB 35 near transit. Again, looking more at some of these permitting reform issues. And then crucially, I want to really highlight on the financing and funding. There's a lot of opportunities where financing, whether you know, the newly eligible, you know, TIFIA is now a housing eligible loan expense, or just generally providing funds to support DoD and other operations is one piece of the puzzle. Let's go to the next slide. So, and again, just looking at these cross-cutting ideas, I think two big things that really came out is just the importance of incentives and streamlining, and also really thinking about strategically planning how we can ensure that land use near high quality transit is effectively zoned and developed for transit supportive land uses. And then some additional pieces of the puzzle that are more supporting, but it's still important to identify, are, you know, looking at, you know, how can we, you know, what are the standards and reporting that are done, and then also sort of technical assistance, since this is something that agencies and cities often do not have the resources to execute on. Go to the next slide. And with that, I will conclude, and I will pass it over to Mike for public comment.
Thank you, Hunter. So public comment period for our audience here in the room, would anyone like to make a public comment? Seeing no hands. Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
We have 3 raised hands currently, so I'll start here with William, and just a reminder that you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Go ahead, William.
Great, thank you. Again, I'm William Walker, and I'm not speaking in my role as chair of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee, but just speaking as someone who is a 30-year or 40-year transit rider. But I've had to not make it my primary mode because it was preventing me from accessing opportunity. But I live in San Francisco. I want to make sure that when we talk about changes to land use and housing policies, that could improve public transit use. When you look at the Fillmore district, granted, a lot of that in San Francisco, a lot of that displacement happened because of building freeways and the population changed. You know, you look at that neighborhood 50 years later, it's not a majority person of color neighborhood anymore. The only thing that changes now is that we're building transit. And so folks think that transit is better than freeways, which it is, but it still has the same displacement possibilities. So really leaning into the anti-displacement memo that's come out of CalSTA and that I think is done in partnership with the CTC and Caltrans, and really trying to figure out how this doesn't displace the underrepresented communities that we say that we're helping by building more transit. And to also look at when we're entitling land and looking at affordable housing, like my mom has been in the same affordable housing in San Francisco for about 45 years plus. It's rent controlled, but she's not an owner. She's gained no equity, no wealth from it. And she's been a public transit rider for most of my life, if not longer. And it would just really behoove us to, when we're building new transit-oriented developments, that we're looking at how to increase the wealth of folks that are often targeted at being displaced, and trying to ensure that whatever we do keeps folks who are most vulnerable of displacement of being in that same place. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next public comment, and I'll unmute Carter.
Go ahead, Carter.
Hi, Carter Lavin, Transit Bay Coalition. It's great to see that you all, I want to echo the first speaker about anti-displacement. That's pivotal. And it's great to see that you all are talking about multiple uses. As we've seen in our recovery in our ongoing pandemic era, transit stations need to also be destinations, not just points of entry. And, you know, I bet North Concord BART area, if they had more stuff going on, there'd be a lot more use. So we need a multiplicity of uses from a multiple types of users, from the young to for elderly. Kind of think about how this area could be for people of all walks of life and all types. And particularly, I want to really emphasize that quarter of a mile, a half mile around it. Like when we're talking about transit areas, it is this really compact area of like folks coming in. Maybe they have a scooter or a bike or whatever, but we're really talking what can you reasonably walk to within 5-10 minutes. And so emphasizing density there. And as well, you know, as a state agency, stopping sprawl is a huge part of recognizing it's not just where we're built, but it's also where we're not building. We shouldn't be building in the urban, or in the forestry interface, the fire zones and things like that. And so it's really important that we not just do permissive things and speed up the process so we can build good things better and sooner, but also making sure that we are not continuously eating up farmland, building into the fire zones and things like that. So it is both we have to build the good stuff and make that faster and easier to do. And we as a state need to be much firmer of no longer building in fire zones, no longer gobbling up farmlands and things like that. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our final public comment that we see here on Zoom, and I'll go ahead and unmute Andrea.
Thank you. Go ahead, Andrea.
Hi, my name's Andrea Horbinski. I'm with the East Bay Transit Riders Union. I live in West Contra Costa, and I ride BART, Muni pretty regularly, AC Transit, and Caltrain as well. I also wanted to echo the previous speaker's comments, yeah, I think as someone who, is thinking of maybe hopefully moving to a transit-oriented development, in the future, if that's possible, I think these are really good recommendations. I really want to echo what Carter said about encouraging mixed use on, ground levels and such at these new transit-oriented developments. I've lived in Japan several times, and one key feature there that helps keep transit, accessible and engaging for people is that stations have a ton of shops and restaurants and services such as shoe repair. These kinds of small businesses could really help grow transit usage and make these transit-oriented developments more attractive to people. So I really want to encourage doing that and encourage moving forward with these recommendations as soon as possible to encourage more of them. The North Berkeley and Ashby BART developments are really encouraging, but it's been taking years and years to get them off the ground, and they're still, nowhere near shovel ready, even though they are on track. So we really need to speed this process up and build more housing in California as soon as possible. So I'm going to encourage you to keep going as fast as possible and to really think big here and not just about just the transit itself. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more person who raised their hand. And so I'll go to Eli and allow you to talk now.
Go ahead, Eli.
Yes, hi, Eli Littman, task force member. My apologies that I could not join in person today. I miss you all. But oddly enough, I just came from, the reason I was in LA is because we put together a press conference on building more affordable housing near transit. So, and this project had just gotten approved last week at the Metro meeting, but it had been a 10-year process. And so I think it really speaks to what the previous speaker said about needing to speed these things up. I think one of the things that we think would make a big difference is kind of planning transit stations now while also planning the housing next to those stations so that they're also more integrated. We here in Southern California, we're building bus and train stations, and then after that, we're like, okay, let's think about joint development opportunities, when really those joint development opportunities should be built or being planned during the planning of the station process so that they can integrate more directly, and you can drive greater ridership when the station opens. I think that's the other point as well, and why it's, I think, so important to identify opportunities with owners of property, including, and I think the important one here too, is Caltrans. Caltrans owns a lot of property, and I know that there's some challenges with the monies used to purchase that property, but I know there's been some flexibility around using Caltrans property as well for housing. And so we shouldn't just be looking at local transit agencies, we should be looking at our state agencies as well. And then, this is really in terms of the goals of the work that we're doing as a task force, this really feeds into it, because in a sense, this is an operational subsidy.
Thank you, Eli.
Because, okay. Is that
We
it?
have reached the end of the 2-minute allotment, so we will have to conclude your comment. So thank you. And that concludes our public comment on Zoom.
Thank you very much, Rachel. We're ready to resume continue on with the other parts of the agenda. Thank you.
All right. So just to kind of frame up some discussion questions for the task force, and to give us direction and feedback on, where we can begin to start to think about what these what we'd come back with in a staff report. What should land use in California near transit in California look like? What can be done to encourage use of the existing regulations and policies that are out there to increase development near transit? What new policies might be needed to increase development near transit, and how can California further support, and encourage development near transit?
All right, let's go with Kate and then Mark.
Well, thank you. This is, to me, where this body really needs to weigh in and, or I should say lean in, because I think this is, given the changes in our social interaction where we're working from home a lot, not participating in a lot of different community activities, if we really are going to be solving the transit crisis, we can solve it with the housing crisis. And I think this is a really important topic. So just with that, I think we should eliminate minimum parking requirements. And I don't know, I know going to be challenging with local jurisdictions. Just everything that I'm going to suggest is going to be challenging with local jurisdictions. But if we really are going to do this work, like I said, let's lean in on it. The other thing that I think we need to do is streamline and modify existing laws to allow housing and commercial development around transit to support revenue streams that increase service and make it, because that is the bottom line. We've done a lot of surveys in Napa, and fares don't even come to the top of the list on what riders want. They want frequency, they want reliability, they want more direct service. And some of the laws that kind of restrict that include the Surplus Land Act, which we should delve into further to really modify that so it really helps. And then I think we also need to, and this is another thing that's not going to go over well with local jurisdictions, is increase density and height limits in suburban and rural areas around transit. I mean, I think that they typically are already pretty high in urban areas, but in urban areas that also make those restrictions that should also be be changed. So that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that. Go to Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just three quick things. One, first, if at some point staff could explain how you would link the RENA goals with transit planning targets. I mean, I think I have that in mind. I think it makes a lot of sense. I just want to understand what the thinking is, what the process would possibly be. But before you go on, I had a question about the entitlements and permits. When we talk about the by right without 35, are we talking local facilities in this case, or are we talking broader, including state-owned rights away and the like? That's it. Thank you.
On the first matter, I think it would be, this is a concept that was brought up by numerous number of our stakeholders. There is no sort of like white paper or existence of an idea of how to do it. It's just, should we even consider putting that into existence is what we'd want feedback on today. So very much in its early infancy, but it was a point that was raised by a lot of TWG and SME stakeholders. On the second one, I'll have to get back to you, so forgive me.
All right, we'll go Laura, then Carl, then Laurel.
So this will be a little bit long-winded. Apologies. So the first thing I want to just mention in the framing of this is just to recognize the timescale that we're working with if we're thinking about development as a revenue replacement or strategy for changing the transit business model, right? We're talking about slow money and sometimes very slow money here. And so it shouldn't take the place of other efforts from the state to fund transit operations and capital in the near term. The second thing, and many of the comments that we heard already have spoken to this, is that we definitely need a lot more housing. That is true. But what we also hear is that stations need to be places. Station areas need to be places with a mix of uses that make people want to go there. And so I think when we kind of take a step back from individual development and start to think of the station area or station district as a place, what we start to really need is a spatial strategy that lines up to our transportation strategy, particularly our state rail network that recognizes both the place and node function of transit, and in particular rail. We still do need economic development. Even if you look at the post-pandemic travel patterns, there's been research out of Brookings and my former colleague, Aegon Turplin, that shows that 8 out of transit trips post-pandemic in the Bay Area are starting or ending in 3 places: downtown San Francisco, downtown Oakland, and downtown Berkeley. And that's because even though we have less people commuting for jobs, they are still the densest clusters of activity. So again, that reinforces this need for places that even though ridership is down, the overall patterns are still quite consistent to pre-pandemic levels. So I think, my recommendation here would be that we in California develop a spatial strategy that addresses our housing and economic needs and is really oriented around 1 mile of some of our key stations, and that really has a set of requirements on local jurisdictions that need to be complied with to meet state planning goals. So I'll stop there.
Great. Let's go to Carl.
Thank you. I've said this before, it takes us too long to build too little for too much. And I think there's opportunities to conflate some of these land use policies with regulations that are intended to speed things along. I'm speaking specifically to SB 922, CEQA streamlining. And if we can include streamlining for affordable housing in those near those projects that already qualify for CEQA streamlining and providing some streamlining for those projects as well, that would be useful, or maybe as a model. And to expedite, consolidate the permitting process. I'm in the process of building a bus rapid transit project, and I am it's 48 separate permits from 5 different jurisdictions that it's been taking us years to get through this process, and that just ultimately delays the greenhouse gas savings that we receive. It increases the costs. The benefits are delayed. And being able to, I think we need to address the number of jobs in coastal zones, especially. We have entities like the Coastal Commission that exert undue influence on our ability to put housing near where jobs are in coastal zones. And we need to find ways to work through the state processes to, again, put the jobs closer to, put the housing, affordable housing closer to where the jobs are, including coastal zones, so that people aren't forced to commute and live in inland areas and creating the greenhouse gas and congestion that goes along with it. And we need to get some commonality of purpose among the state agencies with regard to reducing greenhouse gas and increasing affordable housing around transit. And right now, my personal experience is that does not exist at this point. And as a result, these projects, again, cost way too much to deliver too little. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Carl. We'll go to Laurel, Michael, and then Alex.
Laurel Pettisikins with Public Advocates, and I sort of want to note at the top that we didn't receive these materials until I think Friday at 5:30. So I would like to send more feedback in writing once I have time to review them with my colleagues and other stakeholders. But I think sort of connecting, like a lot of people have mentioned affordable housing, which I think is super, super critical. And it's like mentioned on the slides as a goal, but I don't know if it's reflected yet in the policies that are being suggested. And there's a lot of research, as William Walker mentioned, but there's about San Francisco, there's a lot of research around displacement after transit projects, and that you end up getting people living near transit who take fewer trips, actually, have higher incomes, rent goes up, people are priced out, but that means the people actually take fewer transit trips who live near them than the people who previously lived there. So critical both from a ridership perspective as well as an equity perspective to consider anti-displacement policies and how we can build affordable housing, but also maintain the affordability of housing for people who are living in those around transit currently and using transit. Thank you.
Michael.
All right, so first I want to just start off by acknowledging that historically, the California Transit Association has not played hugely in housing policy. And so I'm going to highlight for you some of the recommendations that bubbled out of our internal conversations. And then also just note that there were a series of recommendations that frankly may have credence. But given that we didn't have the expertise or the opportunity to really exhaust what could be unintended impacts from something we might articulate, we held back on reflecting them within the recommendations I'll discuss today. And then the second point I want to make is just kind of a tee up is with the land use and housing discussion in one bucket, TOD and value capture in another. There are some recommendations that I may not speak to at this time, but I'll come back to as we go into TOD and value capture. But I think that the first that was of strong interest by our members was a requirement that there be coordination between local planning and public works departments and transit agencies on product sightings and approvals. And just here recognizing that oftentimes developments take place, transit is an afterthought, and it becomes a conversation of, okay, how do you then provide a level of service that is commensurate with what is now a new form of demand? We've not necessarily embedded within those conversations then advanced thinking about how we identify resources, how those resources are sustainable over the long term to make sure that we can continue to deliver high quality services. And so we believe it's necessary in those pre-approval processes to make sure that there's some degree of coordination. Here, we're not asking for veto authority. We're just simply asking for a seat at the table, an opportunity to be consulted as part of those decisions at the local level. As Kate Miller had noted, we are in support of increasing density bonuses, but other forms of developer-focused incentives for housing projects near public transit, or that can help generate some sustained investment in public transit operations. And then finally, we are supportive of increasing incentives through state funding programs to encourage municipalities to meet state targets for housing production, specifically near transit. I will note for you that within the slides, there is some language about potential conditioning of funding on localities meeting certain housing targets or housing production targets. It's there that we would probably offer a counter opinion, things that we voiced in conversations in years past, which is a general concern that certainly if there's going to be any condition on receipt of transit funding, municipalities making smart housing decisions. Want to call out, of course, many transit agencies or special districts, not directly and formally related to the municipalities in which they operate. It may feel like it's an incentive to get the municipalities to get on board. Not every municipality is pro-transit, so we shouldn't confuse the idea of transit funding being served as an incentive to get a municipality to say yes. They may not have wanted that transit project to start. And so want to make sure that we are offering that degree of context. And then finally, one thing that we're actually going to see moving before the California voters is Proposition 5. When it was initially ACA 1 and then later ACA 10, we as an association have been supportive of that to reduce the vote threshold from 2/3 to 55% for local measures for bonds that fund affordable housing construction and public infrastructure. By the time this report goes out, perhaps that has already been passed by the voters. We would hope so. But if not, and there's a need for there to be another measure in the legislature, certainly would want to emphasize our support for those types of measures moving forward again to the California voter. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Michael. And then we'll go Alex, Carrie, Ian.
Thank you, Alex Bockelman, Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I appreciate you bringing this item. I think we have talked about how important land use is for making transit really work. I wanted to lift up a few of the comments I've heard. I definitely think this is the area that we need to lean in. It's super important. I also agree that you have to think about the time horizon of making these land use changes. And it takes a long time. It doesn't mean it's not really important work. And in our region, we have adopted a transit-oriented communities strategy that really tries to take a very comprehensive look at this. But it also needs to, it takes a long time to kind of make these changes. There needs to be a lot of support kind of with the local jurisdictions. We do I guess Michael just left the room, but we do take an approach of trying to incentivize through providing more funding for jurisdictions that are meeting transit-oriented communities policies. Our TOC policy really does look at, requiring minimum residential and commercial densities. It also looks at policies around affordable housing and commercial stabilization to try to really counteract the very real threat of displacement. Also looks at parking management, of trying to not have parking minimums, and also looking at parking maximums, and also really looking at the access and circulation, because I think all of those things are very important if you're going to have walkable, transit-friendly communities. So I think this work is really important. I also need a little more time to go through the details because it did come in late Friday. So we'll provide some comments. The one thing I wanted to add that isn't here, and because it takes so long to make these land use changes, I think it's really important, and I assume this report is also going to discuss like how we make transit investments now that are really cost effective, that really look at where transit works now. I think Laura spoke to this in terms of in our region where you really see transit working in San Francisco, in Berkeley, and Oakland, lots of other places. So we're working on making it work everywhere in the region, but you also really need to look at the cost and effective investments now.
Carrie Watkins, GC Davis. I also tried to look at this and think about what was missing. I think I just want to echo everything that was said so far about the importance of densities and parking management. And I think we're getting in the right direction when we're thinking about urban development, but I'm also thinking about the more suburban developments. And I had a conversation at a conference this week with Jarrett Walker, thinking back to some of his work, talking about how transit has to be on the way. Or that developments have to be on the way for transit to serve them well. I think we end up developing a lot of these really circuitous suburban transit routes that hurt us greatly when it comes to frequency and reliability, because developers in suburban areas are also not thinking about how they actually do their development itself to make sure that they can have a front door that would be well served by a direct transit line. And I don't know how we put that into policy. So I toss the ball to all of you, but I think that that's equally important in making sure that like the smaller agencies like Amy's, that she can put a really direct line in that serves people well without having to do these crazy things to serve these developments that we're not thinking about transit at all in the first place. And yet they have, at least some riders that they're asking Amy to provide them service. The other piece that I feel like is missing from this that actually stems from the same conversation is thinking outside of the box of just housing and jobs. I've been doing some work in mobility of care recently, and when you look at the volume of trips that could be defined as care trips, it's a greater volume, especially post-COVID, than our work commute trips. And so if you start to look at all of the grocery store trips and all of these kinds of things, assuring that kind of development and that we have metrics to make sure that people are able to get to these kinds of things is equally important to jobs. And I would even say I've had a lot of dialogue with students that are transit dependent lately around their ability to get to government facilities. And it feels like this should be like the easiest thing for us to do, is that like a student can't get to the Social Security office from Davis all the way in Sacramento. Like that's a state agency, and we're allowing them to put their office in a place where you can't easily get there on transit. And that's just ludicrous. Like at least these kinds of facilities that we expect a lot of transit riders are trying to get to should never be put in a place where they're assumed to be driver centric. Thank you.
Great. Ian?
Yeah, support, I think, most of the comments that have been stated so far. I think building off a little bit of what Carrie just said, I think a lot of what we were talking about in terms of more regionally coordinated service planning is critical to lay out the ground, to create a basis for it's a blueprint really for growth, and doing that more comprehensively and in a more coordinated way across, like within counties, between regional and local services, and then across the state, is an essential part of creating more certainty for the market around where we're planning for growth, and allowing for communities that are for developers to anticipate that when they build in a particular area, there's planned transit going to be in that area. So I think the strategies we're talking about this morning are highly related to supporting more transit-oriented development. It isn't just that we need more development to support transit use. Actually, fundamentally, the way we go about planning out our transit network in a coordinated way creates more certainty for development, and it enables development to be designed in a way that plans for a more transit orientation. A specific example of this, so I worked at BART for several years on TOD projects, really trying to work with communities in suburban areas to redevelop parking lots into housing. And a big challenge is that even when you have a BART station in a suburban area, there's very little local bus service, or in some cases none, if it's a greenfield site. And the fact that there was no certainty, BART had a mandate from its board to pursue transit-oriented development, but there was no new bus service that was guaranteed as part of that. And people, that made it difficult to say, well, let's reduce parking requirements, or let's have very little parking, because people, even if they live right by a BART station, they need to get around their local community. They need to go to the grocery store. BART is not helpful for all of their needs. Maybe it helps them get on the BART system, but without integration between local and regional service, or even the availability of local service, it increased the cost of parking in particular as one specific thing. But all of the cost and the feasibility of TOD was directly impacted by the way we do our transportation planning. The other example is the availability of unified transit passes is a really important, like, in terms of TDM strategies that we can use to increase, well, either reduce parking requirements so that we can build more housing, or once we've built that housing, actually increase the likelihood that someone living right near a station actually uses transit. Having the availability of a product that allows you to use all the forms of transit available is an extremely important lever that we shouldn't take for granted. So I think it was common on the peninsula. It's still an ongoing issue in the Bay Area. When a new project gets built, residents of a new development might be offered a VTA pass or a Caltrain pass as their transit pass, as one of the options for increasing transit ridership. Now we have this new product, the Bay Pass, that they can be offered, that actually gives them access to all parts of the transit system. And I think the data is showing that the availability of those types of passes are going to be a much more powerful lever to get those people to ride transit if they are living near it. And over time, that allows us, again, to reduce the cost of housing by building less parking, and knowing that those passes are going to be available, in every part of the region. So I want to make it clear that TOD is not just helping us make transit better, but the transit coordination and the approach to transit planning actually can also, influence the ability to support TOD.
Great. Yeah, thanks for that, Laurel. And then Rashidi.
Thank you, Laurel Molina, RCTC. Everyone's comments have been great so far, and there's just two additional points that I just wanted to add. One is I think we really need to define what our role as transit operators and transportation agencies are, and what it's going to be in terms of leading, or maybe it's not even us necessarily leading the land use changes around transit-oriented development. I think we all agree that, we have various board members who sit on our boards, and they sit on our board with their transportation hat on. And some of them, I know from experience, that, they also sit on their local jurisdictions as well. And many of them will probably say that they want us as the transportation agency to focus on transportation and to not encroach on the land use decisions. So local jurisdictions, in a lot of cases, I think they have the responsibility to kind of lead a lot of this change at the local level, and the transportation agencies can definitely be supportive. In some cases, and there have been many case studies too that show that, with a major transformative project such as BRT, or even the expansion or implementation of a rail line, some type of fixed guideway project can really help transform an area, but it's not always the case. And it's just a very tricky balancing act that transportation agencies have to play. So just, better understanding what our role is going to be in terms of pushing for these land use changes in the future, I think is going to be really important. The second thing that I also just, hopefully it was discussed, I'd be interested actually to know what the technical working group discussed in terms of how the private sector feels about, land use changes and more affordable housing in transit-oriented communities, because private developers are a major player in this game. I think it's really important to know what they're looking for, what is going to make sense for them, because we need them to want to come in and help develop these types of communities around transit. And it is oftentimes led by private developers.
We're still conducting SME interviews on this subject just due to the timing. But I would say there was a strong desire for coordination and clarity, whether a SME sat on the public sector or private sector side. I would say that was one of the clearest takeaways we had from that, was just the need for clearness, conciseness, and clarity in what we're shooting for with TOD versus having a host of potentially conflicting or contradictory policies.
Yeah, and one more thing, we also just recently completed a transit-oriented community strategy plan too as well, and we did some outreach to just within our region with developers, and it also seems like they don't have the capacity, or there's just not enough developers who are interested in this type of in this sector of the market. So I think that's also something to consider, is we need to help them build their capacity within.
Rashidi?
Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. Just to build off of what Ian mentioned about working with BART and the service or lack thereof service in the rural or suburban areas, I would just like to flag that we probably should have some type of, or need to at least discuss what that sustainable funding source would look like to be able to meet the density growth in a particular area. So I use it all the time. Antioch BART Station, if we were to add additional housing in that area, as Tri-Delta Transit, small operator, how do we sustain, or how do we meet that rise in growth through increased service over time? So it's just something that I want to flag to make sure that we keep that on our radar. That this is just not a one-time thing. We're talking about 20, 30 years out. How do I continue to meet that growth?
And Michael.
Yeah, just have a quick question. As Laurel was speaking about some of the viewpoints that exist within even our own transit governing bodies with regards to land use, one thing I was just interested if you all have explored with the SMEs or with the TWG, are those policy solutions that those voices that have historically opposed major reforms that the legislature would be willing to accept? Because I think one of the things that we need to, of course, ground this effort in is political viability. We've had that conversation in other topic areas in months past, but I do think it would be important to understand where the cities, where the counties might come down on some of the things that are being discussed, because that may prove to identify a pathway of areas where there is some mutual interests, some shared goals, things that we can advance. And so if those conversations haven't taken place, would encourage that does take place, because certainly they're going to be loud voices within the legislative conversation of what flows from these recommendations. would want to make sure that we're benefiting from their insights and sensitivity.
Yeah, we've definitely done outreach and are continuing to do so with cities and counties as a particular, and the planning function was within those cities and counties as a particular focus.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Well, yeah, really appreciate the discussion. I think this is an extremely important topic area. Again, something that probably you all kind of deal with, but not directly, which I think is, some of the challenge here. But I think, providing those linkages, continuing to push those linkages between our kind of transit, and transportation related, folks and our housing folks are going to be extremely important as we move forward. But I think, we captured a lot of great information. As Hunter mentioned, we're continuing to have those SME, conversations, continuing to work with our technical working group. So I think, based on the feedback, hopefully we'll be able to come back for a robust discussion around some, potential recommendations. But with that, I'd like to, move us into our next section, which really dovetails into the conversation that we just had, which is going to be focusing on TOD, but also the value capture associated with that property around our transit stations and potentially utilizing that as a source of sustainable revenue for our transit operators and transit operations. So with that, I'd turn back over to Hunter.
Thanks, Mark. Let's go to the next slide, please. So yeah, just again, in an attempt to try to bring some order to the conversation, but by no means, and just aligning ourselves with the legislation. The goal of this item is to present some information and then have a discussion on really value capture, which is to say, how can we make sure when we are making these big investments in public transportation that we we capture that value from a number of possible sources. So one of the big ones, as many of you are aware, and as the secretary sort of commented earlier in his opening remarks, revenue from real estate activities and property developments can often be a substantial source of revenue for transit agencies. We also wanted to be exhaustive in what we looked at. So we also, with our TWG, reviewed, what is available when you talk about like non-real estate as potential, non-fair, non-taxable revenue sources. And obviously, one of the big pieces that came up and we'll be diving into as well is sort of the increment financing piece of the puzzle. The number of times I heard, well, we don't have redevelopment anymore during this process was non-insubstantial. So we wanted to do a little dive on what the post redevelopment landscape looks like and where we might, as a task force, want to pine in on that. So let's go to the next slide, please. Just to reiterate, we've got a quick chart here on, what does revenue look like across the board. So you have your state, federal, and local sources. You see, if obviously Farebox was a smaller piece of that puzzle before COVID and is a much smaller piece post-COVID. I will point out, obviously, we have many agencies at, sort of the more immediate fiscal cliff situation and that temporary extension. The other thing that is staring us as we start to think about these longer time horizons that the task force brought up over the past thing is that for those of you who've not read the LAO report, it is linked in these slides, and but we are expecting a decrease in fuel taxes, which do comprise a substantial amount of the state support for public transportation as zero emission vehicles are rolled out. So looking at what the LAO's office has stated is we're expecting by 2035 a decline by up to a third in STA funding, for example. That cheery note, I'll go on to the next slide. Okay. So just to talk about, what does it look like in terms of our global peers? We broke down some of the California agencies and then also some global agencies in terms of revenue from government sources, fair revenue, and then non-fair revenue. And as you can see, this sort of non-fair revenue becomes a much bigger part of the puzzle internationally. The amount of sources derived from fares and government revenue is much smaller, but there's substantial revenue on the table when rights are available and value capture is a possibility. And you can see that, I think everyone is familiar with the Hong Kong example, and I think we've heard, California is not Hong Kong, but we have seen agencies like London's TfL embark on a goal to capture more value through real estate sources in that over the last few years. So it is a possibility to begin that transition even if you're not shooting for these, extremely high targets. So let's go to the next slide. So just to talk about what's going on in TfL as an example, and then this is again really a goal, an agency that only started this transition within the last decade or so. So they created a plan to build about 20,000 new homes, 3 million square feet of office space, and then retail and leisure spaces, also with a carbon reduction target. So they have a number of different projects that they've embarked on that adds about 70 million pounds in revenue. It has about a $2 billion book value. And it also reinvests those profits directly into TfL. So that annual revenue goes directly to the agency's bottom line. Let's go to the next slide. Working with our TWG and SMEs, we kind of tried to put together some of the scale of, where is their money available for this sort of opportunity. The two ones that sort of came to the top were one, really looking at real estate development to build developments, and agencies can get either, ground rent or a share of ongoing revenue, especially on transit agency or other governmental entity owned property in your transit stations. The other big pile of potential value capture revenue is, sort of your increment financing options. There are also other opportunities that are available, but they are often substantially lower in their revenue potential. So stuff like, parking fees from Park and Ride often brings in substantially less revenue than than these real estate opportunities that also build new housing, similar to some of the, ground leases or property sales where it may be a one-time hit a gain of revenue, but it doesn't provide ongoing revenue year over year. Let's go to the next slide. So again, just trying to talk about the entirety of, what revenue might be available on the table and what our TWG really sourced. There were a number of other, some of them very distinct to California, offering filming services is a particular one. But they were all really deemed to have had much smaller scale than real estate derived activities as we talked to our TWGs and SMEs. Let's go to the next slide. So thinking about how California can support, really thinking about how to empower or create new entities to really look at that rail plus property model on transit owned land and integrating that into those transit expansion plans is something that you all just touched on, but really thinking about how that could lead to an ongoing operational revenue that can then support the good, fast, frequent service we all want. A lot of our support needs is that the financial structures to create these are not there. And even if they are there, the technical expertise to do the financing, create these entities, do increment financing or P3s is very complex. There are often regulatory barriers. I heard the Surplus Lands Act mentioned, not just inside this conversation, but inside our previous conversations in the TWG and SME meetings. Just broader organizational support and how we might be able to ensure funds in California can support these smaller agencies that might have less opportunity compared to agencies that have higher value areas near their stations. Let's go to the next slide. So even I was surprised by how many different types of post redevelopment increment financing tools are available to transit agencies and also local governments. However, there have been really substantial, they have not really been substantially utilized. As I mentioned earlier, one of the key remarks we heard on this revenue piece was the lack of, the end of redevelopment in the 2010s really driving, changing the picture in a lot of places for doing this type of work. So on the left here in the slide, there are a number of different increment financing tools that the legislature has created since redevelopment ended. I will point out certain ones like the neighborhood infill finance and transit districts, NIFTY and NIFTY 2, have literally never been utilized. There's not a single one of them. Even with EFIDs, you can see that the number of approved EFIDs within the state is able to mostly fit on this map. We're hoping we got, and relatively, over the last 15 years since redevelopment, the sort of end of increment financing has definitely really affected this ongoing revenue picture. Just to kind of talk about why this might be occurring, a lot of this is based on some of the work that the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, formerly OPR, has done. So there's a great study if you want to read that in the links. But in terms of there's limited revenue available via these tools, just possibly very, very small percentages of property tax revenue available in some of these types of tools. The involvement needed across many different entities who have different shares of property tax revenue often meant that they were hard to set up. The scope of powers and the flexibility provided to these types of districts is much lower than redevelopment was. And also, frankly, the amount of them and the fact that they were so new led to a lot of just technical challenges. There were not a lot of skilled practitioners who were available to help agencies and or local governments set these increment financing tools up. But did want to highlight that increment financing was the end of redevelopment, and increment financing and the lack thereof was one of the key things that was hurting the ability to do value capture, especially on some of these on our investments into the transit system. Let's go to the next slide, and I will turn it back over to Mike for public comments.
Thank you, Hunter. Would anyone in the public like to speak? Seeing no one, Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to speak?
Yes, we have 2 raised hands, so I'll go ahead and unmute Brian.
Great. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Brian Culbertson. I was doing a quick look at the slides on how transit was funded in various parts of the state and around the world. And one of the things that struck me is the Paris Metro bit. From what I understood, Paris mostly funds its metro by payroll taxes, not by fares. So I think that is a thing to look into there. Make sure you got that number correct. Payroll taxes is how a lot of cities fund their transit. So I think that's something we should be looking at also. And yeah, so that was the main point of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more raised hands. I'll go ahead and unmute Adina.
Thank you. Go ahead, Adina.
Good afternoon, Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area. A few points building on what's been said. First of all, per the previous conversation, the value capture tax increment financing is slow revenue. And so while this is a helpful conversation to be having, this is not something that the transit system can rely on for the operating funding that is absolutely needed to make sure that the transit system can continue to run and improve and grow ridership. So this is not in any way a near-term replacement for an operating funding strategy, while it is helpful long-term. Also, speaking of operating funding, my understanding is that some of the value capture tools only allow the funding to be used for capital, and some of the needs that have been mentioned are for the operating funding. You need to be able to have the bus serving the TOD, so that is a technical thing that is needed. And last but not least, as Laurel Pajasikan mentioned earlier, the staff material for this came out very, very, very late, which was a challenge for the people on the task force have mentioned, but also for other members of the public in order to help generate constructive and informed public comments. It is quite helpful to have materials that are available sooner than Friday night for a Monday meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to our final public comment, and I'll unmute William.
Go ahead, William.
Thank you. Hi, and I would like to add that it would be great if these materials were also sent to the different equity committees, not just the one I serve on, but I mean, I'm sure there's with the PUC and with CARB and with all the different agencies, because you may be able to get input that comes from a perspective that's not just from insider transit people. And yes, I serve on the committee and I come from a underrepresented, underserved background, but I'm also a transit insider as well. So I just think that it would be helpful to get better dissemination of the materials for these types of task forces. But I do appreciate what you guys do. It's better than in previous years. I'll also add that operations is really key. There are like 3 local option sales taxes in LA County alone. So I don't think the issue is around raising money for capital. So it's, and the mechanisms that have been mentioned are very far off, especially around developing land. And so I'm also hoping that the slides that were presented talked a lot about everything that's necessary for this process, except the people that will be riding the transit and the people that will be living in these new developments. This work should be people-centered to make sure that people aren't being displaced, and that the value that we're capturing is not just going to developers and transit agencies' pockets, but also to the folks that may be impacted by the work. Like I pay $380 a year for my vehicle registration, but I pay upwards of $1,000 for monthly passes for transit. So it's looking at those types of dichotomies. If we had folks who were paying for their car at the same rate that people pay for transit, there'd be a lot more money just there alone, and also with payroll taxes and tax investment districts as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no more public comments on Zoom. I actually see one hand was just raised. So I will go to one last public comment, and this is Clarence.
Claire, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, going off of Brian Culbertson's comment about using payroll taxes to fund transit, I think there might be an interesting I guess offer to directly reach out to employers to have them individually send payroll taxes in exchange for vouchers for employees to use transit. I think that would reduce a lot of that would provide more optionality for employers to be more comfortable with paying into the transit system, and also provides removes friction for employees to use transit in their lives. I think that's definitely an idea worth looking into.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment.
Thank you, Rachel. And we seeing no more hand raised in the public, we can move on to our next agenda item.
So we're just going to move into discussion here. How could we as a state, maximize that value capture from real estate for transit, and how can we support transit agencies in capturing other forms of revenue to support ongoing operational and capital needs?
Sharon?
Yeah, Sharon Cooney. So the obvious one to me is to change the Surplus Land Act to allow for us to actually capitalize on our property that the transit agency doing. Recent changes to that have pretty much made it impossible for us to capitalize on our surplus land. So, and that means that we can't really do anything with our land except the affordable housing, because we have to offer it to any developer who wants to build affordable housing. Among other things. I mean, there's all sorts of myriad purposes that are allowed to come and say, we want your land, and we basically have to let them have it free.
Sharon and others here, it would be very helpful to get good recommendations for subject matter expert interviews on that topic. So,
well, I think Matt Robinson is an excellent resource over at the CTA. My general counsel, who has had to do a lot of work in this space just to keep developments happening on our properties. Yeah, so there's.
All right, we'll go Juan and then Michael.
Yeah, so I think I appreciate the opportunity to talk about value capture. I often think in frameworks of value creation and value capture, so I wanted to talk a little bit about offer some perspectives from that. First, I think, don't quote me on this, but I think with Surplus Land Act, if you are disposing of the property, it does go through a certain process. And if you are instead doing a long-term ground lease, it does not apply, but that would be a great area to get some
Yeah, that's not,
clarification.
no, it's
Not true?
definitely that, even with long-term ground, leases, those are considered to be incorporated into the changes they've recently made
Oh,
with
okay.
regard to surplus land.
Yeah, because I mean, well, I guess it's moot, but in general, when you're doing projects like this, there's a tension between the percentage or how much of the value can go towards affordable housing and how much would go in as a flow of funds to the transit agency, the city developer, that would perhaps give them incentive in the first place to look into it. One of the points, I think, so there's a lot here that's great, and I've thought a lot about the differences between value capture opportunities in some of these cities at the top of the chart versus where California is. And so one of the things that's going on in each of these cities is that the earnings, the household income of the transit users is much higher. And so you have significant value capture opportunities through retail because of that captive market. And it's just something to think about, because if we hit that 4 or 5x in California, which is part of the vision, that may be part, seeing an increase in the household income of transit users may be part of that. And then these types of strategies become much more available to the transit agencies. It is, in retail, there's two professions that use the term AADT, annual average daily traffic. Traffic engineers and like people leasing retail space because they want that traffic. It's a lot more captive. You're already out of the vehicle when you're in transit. So that could be a great opportunity. I also, in this theme of, and so that there's a disconnect between the policy opportunities here, I guess, with the current policy on the State Surplus Land Act and the current status of transit in California. And on this ongoing theme of like, this would be great in the future, but we need to catalyze something here. Like simply, it would be great to look at the value creation opportunities that the state has. So in a good budget year, and the state has money that it can sock away. It'd be great if there was something for these new tax increment finance programs that was like some sort of state version of the local partnerships program under SB1, where you get some sort of matching grant for your first year or two, just to catalyze, say, hey, free money. Because I was on the board of the downtown Santa Monica Business Improvement District for many years, and they were thinking of doing a property-based assessment district. And if there was any money on the table that government was bringing, they would have been very interested. They ultimately delayed extending that. And then the other framework to think about is we often talk about what can be added, but it'd be great if we looked at the investments that the state was already making in places across different sectors and thought about how those could be consolidated, or how either local planners or transit agencies could look to leverage those investments within these areas to create more complete communities. So just looking at the components of who's on the Strategic Growth Council, the 10 members, there would be an opportunity to leverage existing investments that, say, HCD is making and considering building code changes, building code innovations that might apply in certain areas. The California Department of Farming and Agriculture supports farmers markets, and it may be that they want to support farmers markets that are in transit-oriented areas. That there could be more opportunities for local business development, resources in these areas. There could be a small urban parks guide where it's just going to be
smaller pocket type parks that comes out of the Natural Resources Agency or some other group. And just thinking from a bottom up perspective, I know the state does a lot of top down, but from a bottom up perspective, how can the state's various resources that it's already deploying in some way be strategically coordinated in order to help grow these transit oriented communities? And that'll create a lot of value that the real estate investors will like to see. And then we should see more growth in those communities as a result.
Great. Let's go Michael Pimentel and then Michael Turner.
All right, and thank you. So folks, I'm going to pick up on the SLA discussion that a few other members have touched on. And just note for you that we have offered a very specific recommendation within the recommendations we transmitted to CalSCA staff over the weekend. What I want to highlight in particular is that we would like to see a change in the statute to account for leasing for non-governmental retail entertainment or office development activities as an agency use. Currently under the SLA, agency use serves as one of those conditions that can remove you from the Surplus Lands Act requirement. And so if things are deemed to be agency uses, you don't have to go through that same process that creates the challenges for the agencies in leasing or selling that property. And so this is curiously an authority, a flexibility that's provided to many other local government entities, other special districts. But given how SLA has developed over time, the statute in essence says, notwithstanding all of this, this does not apply to local transit. And so we certainly want to see a clarification there. We also want to acknowledge that there can be a more general approach to doing that, which is to say any lease that supports a transit agency's operations could be deemed an agency use and allow that to move forward as a development for that agency. And to Sharon Cooney's point, we do have an expert on my staff who can certainly provide some additional context. That is Matt Robinson, our legislative advocate. And we can certainly bring together a group of chief counsels that we had consulted in engaging in the last round of SLA reform to advise on other things that we'd like to see. I'll note that as we were going through the last round of reforms, we actually managed to get all of what we wanted with regards to this specific recommendation into the statute initially, only to have it stripped out by the legislature. And so this is one of those areas where appreciate the legislature's interest and attention in what they can do to support more development near public transit. This is one instance where they need to get out of the way for us to do that development and stop telling us what we need to do in this respect. It really requires that they lift the limitations that they place on us. Now, there are a few other things that I would want to note. We talked in the previous section a little bit about CEQA for housing projects and finding ways to streamline that. It's a huge interest from our members in trying to establish further CEQA streamlining for joint development projects. That could be housing and transit. That could be a form of commercial development and transit, recognizing as Carl Sidoric did, we already have CEQA exemptions for a lot of our projects. There may be a way to get an efficiency there in allowing for those projects that are already deemed to be exempt from CEQA to also have a follow-on investment exempt from CEQA as well. And then finally, there are agencies out there that, the SLA limitations notwithstanding, are able to move forward with some smaller scale developments of their properties. There should be a way for them to also then capture the tax increment associated with the economic activity that they're generating from that property. So if we're doing housing developments that have some mixed use, let's try to find a way to capture some additional revenues from that, understand the alphabet soup of what is available, the EIFDs and NIFTs, et cetera, et cetera. I think certainly there's means of education that probably serves as a baseline for getting folks to get more supportive or adoptive of those approaches. Funding may be part of it. We may also have to consider too what additional changes we need to make to statute, just further streamline the uptake of those efforts. So that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Great. Michael.
Oh, I had 2 points, but Michael made the first one with the Surplus Land Act. Because I think the key thing with that is if we buy land, it's almost never surplus. We ultimately use it for a transit purpose. You look at our subway projects, for example, all the land we buy for construction and staging turns into a station platform. So I think the whole notion that the land is surplus is really something that we need to look at. I think one thing that would help the working group to look at is sort of how we're talking about land around our stations. And, we've done, this is going back into some ancient history, but there were things called benefit assessment districts that helped pay for the first leg of the subway in Los Angeles. And the basis of that was that the expenditure of public funds in investing in an infrastructure project made properties within a certain perimeter of a station more valuable. And so what was happening was that the public investment was creating a private benefit, and that there should be some compensation from that benefit to the public investor of that project. And we've seen that throughout a lot of our stations. I mean, in another word, that's gentrification, right? But if you look, for example, at Hollywood Boulevard, at the 3 stations on Hollywood Boulevard, there's been significant development in the areas around our stations, but not on our station property. And it would be interesting to see how much value and property was generated from the public investment. And I mean, I think that that can help with the discussion, because a lot of times when you're talking about these infrastructure finance districts, you're talking about tax revenue that other local jurisdictions are anticipating, and they kind of feel like it's their money. But some of that revenue wouldn't exist without the public investment going in. And so I think it would be helpful to look at some examples of how property values were impacted from a public investment, and whether or not there should be some compensation, or maybe that's not the right word, but something that reflects that value would not have happened, or that increase in value would not have happened without the public investment.
In the DC area, when I used to live there, the New York Avenue station that was an infill station, a developer presented at a conference and said that their $5 million contribution to that project turned into $90 million of value for them. That was quite fascinating to hear that example.
Any other comments from task force members? Carrie?
Carrie Watkins, UC Davis. I've been hesitating to comment because I don't know enough about it and I don't want to sound ignorant, but I'm fascinated by the Brightline model. And I know this is high-speed rail as opposed to, more regional rail and whatnot, but they exist as a private company because in the longer term, their sister real estate development money is slated to make a lot of money. And so it seems like that's an interview and understanding. If you guys don't understand that whole model better, understanding that would be really key to all of this.
Yeah, that is something we can maybe bring some more information back on, but both in Rancho Cucamonga and in Las Vegas, that's a very significant part of their business model. And they're looking at.
And I think it's already happening in Florida, right?
Yeah, and they owned a lot of that land in advance, but in Rancho, they're looked at buying land around the current site on which the station will be built. And so there's a lot of opportunities that they can pursue that are buying additional land near where the development of their stations is going to happen.
Sharon and then Ian.
Yeah, the one thing that I would caution us is to say, oh, all these other sources of revenue capture are available to transit agencies, and that's going to potentially, in the back of our minds, help us to get out of the fiscal cliff. Well, it's such a small amount of revenue when you're talking about the major deficits we're looking at. I frequently get people from my board primarily, but other politicians, well, you just need to make more money on concessions. Like, I'm going to be able to sell enough potato chips to get us out of a $90 million a year hole. So this is one of those things where it's a nice to have, believe me. I mean, we just put up if you haven't seen it, at the Gas Lamp District in San Diego, we built this huge kiosk with a digital board, and we're going to make a couple $1 million a year off of advertising. But there's only so many opportunities like that are out there. And yeah, so that's what I would like to caution us, that there has to be another revenue source. And we can dance around it all we want, but at some point we need to talk about that.
Yeah, I think just to echo what our TWG said is the single dollar, everything that was not real estate related was very much a single dollar sign. And I think we heard that loud and clear when talking to both the TWG and the SMEs, that, it adds in, for small agencies, a few thousand here, for large agencies, a few million here, but is not a substantial sort. The only form of value capture that was substantial in terms of its revenue implications is the real estate related value capture opportunities.
Yes, and it was also understood that those were not short-term panacea kind of funding sources. They were more things that could affect the longer-term underlying revenues that could, over time, be baked in.
And I'll just add, I mean, yeah, this conversation isn't in lieu of what we're going to be talking in, December. But this is a piece of, the puzzle, and definitely an opportunity that I think we all should be, looking into. But with that, Ian.
Yeah, well, I think my comment was, I think, very much in the same light as what Sharon said and what your comments. I think this is important to address because it is constantly pointed to as like the solution to all of our problems, and it is important to do and to show that we're making progress on it, but to put in context the relative potential of what it could really contribute is important. I think we may want to, as these report recommendations get refined, like even put a number beside the dollar sign, like what $1 sign means X, this many million, right, annually under best case scenario. Even the real estate, I think even in my experience, the real estate strategies are still not, I mean, they're to put them in the context of the deficits that we have projected of hundreds of millions of dollars annually of what is needed, they still are a pretty small part of the solution. I mean, London, this extremely huge effort among Transport for London is 69 million pounds annually is what it's generating. And that's for a very robust region with probably as much ridership in that one region as we have across the whole state. So 70 million, say $100 million would be helpful, but like still a very small portion of what the need is. So, and I'll just add my experience. I think BART is one of the agencies that has been at TOD the longest in California. And there's so many demands and has some of the most valuable real estate probably. And the TOD program generates very little revenue. Almost all of the streams of funding that are oftentimes spoken for in terms of the cost, they're part of the development agreement with the developer to improve public spaces, to put plazas and parks and other amenities, or to increase the affordable housing share. Those are valuable benefits for the community, for a lot of the other policies that we're talking about. But they're not, but at the end of the day, there's often very little revenue stream left over that can support something like operations. So again, support all of these strategies, but I wouldn't want a policymaker to look at this and suggest and believe that this is a more significant part of the funding puzzle than in fact it really could be, even under the best possible case scenario. And I think the international examples that are cited are, while I love international examples in general, I think we need to keep in mind when, just some of the early decisions that were made in the evolution of those systems that enabled them to be that way, and recognize where we are, at least very, with many established systems and far fewer opportunities to be buying up land in undeveloped areas relative to when, say, Hong Kong system was developed and they proactively pursued that strategy.
right. Well, I think we can probably move on to the next section. Really appreciate all the discussion. We've got a lot of, great notes. Did want to just see, would folks want to take about a 5-minute break here before we get to our next section, or do we want to just power through? Power through. Okay, great. Well, we will jump into our next topic area, which is discussion of strategies to provide first and last mile access to transit.
All right. Thank you, Hunter Owens, once again with Caltrans. Let's go to the next slide, please. We'll keep this pretty short and sweet. Suffice to say, first and last mile is, having, transit use basically falls off a cliff when riders need to walk more than a half a mile to their nearest transit stop. In urban regions within California, somewhere between 50 to 60% live within a half mile of high quality transit. That's a limited definition. Again, going back to our statutory definition. Those percentages are often obviously lower in suburban and rural areas. Looking at, stuff like transit-oriented development, which we just talked about, but also mobility centers, bicycle share, e-scooters, can often do this, but at the end of the day, walking is the primary modes of ingress and egress to transit. We've highlighted on the right a little example. I will just point out this is illustrative and no agency is sort of responsible for this, but this is a sidewalk about you can see the train somewhat in the background. The photo was taken at night. But obviously the first and last mile experience for transit riders in California is often extremely inaccessible in many definitions of the word. Let's go to the next slide. So just sort of talking about like how California can support. The first piece is, what is that infrastructure and how is that infrastructure investment tied to transit when it comes to pedestrian and active transportation infrastructure. On the service side, there's some pieces of integration with, shared bikes, shared scooters, where you definitely do have some first last mile benefits, but that's definitely at a lower scale than, walking. And then obviously, information and payment systems, making and doing that first last mile planning your transit is super critical. So go to the next slide. We're going to take public comment on first last mile issues.
Thank you, Hunter. Anyone in the public like to speak? Seeing no one in the public at the room. Rach, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to speak?
Yes, we have a number of raised hands. I'll go ahead and unmute Adina first.
Great, thanks. Thank you. Go ahead, Adina.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much for taking up this important topic of first and last mile. On the topic of active transportation, having safe and appealing walking and biking infrastructure close to transit is, of course, very good and helpful, and is extremely synergistic with the bigger picture of the need in California for robust active transportation infrastructure. If someone is living somewhere near transit, they want to be able to walk to the bus, and they want to be able to walk to the grocery store, and their kids want to be able to walk to school. So there's a big picture. Speaking of that big picture, one of the pieces of the active transportation is ADA accessibility. There is a legal requirement for jurisdictions to have transition plans to full ADA compliance. It's been a law on the books since the 90s, and my understanding is that there's many jurisdictions that haven't updated their plans since the 90s. So having incentives and requirements for those plans to be upgraded can help bring forward that ADA accessibility. And a couple more points, paratransit and accessible transportation should generally be included in this item. And lastly, glad to see the micromobility link listed in here, where helping to incorporate micromobility, bike share, et cetera, within the public transportation system is something that can help with that use. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next raised hand, which is William. I'll go ahead and unmute now.
Thank you, William. Go ahead.
Thank you, William Walker. I just wanted to say that in respect to ADA, I have a parent who often misses trips because she books something 2 days in advance, and on the day of the trip's not available. So it means that paratransit is not equal to the fixed route transit that operates where she lives. She lives in San Francisco. I think that paratransit is operating as a relic. It only operates where fixed route transit operates, but when you look at the new flex mobility micro transit type services that are operating on suburban transit systems, those systems kind of duplicate paratransit, but they're often dispatched differently. I know that there are examples that are dispatched uniformly, but I think that legislation lobbying at the federal level to change the rule that says that paratransit has to operate in the same catch zone as fixed route should be changed, because it could possibly expand transit to parts of the California that are not receiving great transit headways, and it could supplement systems like the one that was highlighted at the very beginning by MTS, where they're just putting service where they know riders need it and they're using it most. Also with transit shelters and just making sure that bus stops are, uniform, and maybe inventorying that in the GTFS system so that when you look at apps, you can see if there is a transit shelter there. You can see if there's a curb, if there's a curb ramp, and if all that stuff is missing, someone with mobility issues would understand that they can't use that stop. And it would also be a way to track how to improve those stops in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 4 more raised hands at the moment, so I'll go to our next raised hand, which is Carter, and I'll unmute now.
Carter, go ahead. If you can, if you're comfortable giving your full name and your organization, that would be great.
Hi, this is Carter Lavin with the Transbay Coalition. Glad you're taking the first and last mile issue seriously. It is a pivotal part. If you can't get to the bus, if you can't get to the transit system, it might as well not exist for folks. And a big part about this, as the others are saying about accessibility, is mobility lanes. We talk about them as bike lanes, but when mobility lanes are wide and physically protected and great, or preferentially grade separated, scooters and other sorts of mobility aids and walkers, things like that, have much easier time getting where they need to go. Sidewalks, while wonderful and should be expanded, make sure we have a sidewalk network. Basically the bumps, the cracks, the ridges, and all that stuff is a huge impediment to people on all sorts of devices. And so I really encourage that we make it easier for people to get around in places on their own power wherever possible. And that should be a state priority to do protected bike lane, mobility lane networks within transit stops, not just the stations, larger stations, but really consider how can someone walk to or roll to this bus stop. And as part of that, I think protected bike shelters at bus stops, at more common bus stops, because much like in countries that have high bike share amounts, there's only so many bikes you can get onto a bus, and it's better to have and they walk on the other side. So giving people more options for how they want to get, maybe they roll and things like that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next public comment, and I'll unmute Andrea.
Go ahead, Andrea, if you give your name and your organization, if you feel comfortable.
Hi, Andrea Horbinski, East Bay Transit Riders Union. I'm really encouraged to hear that first and last mile is being taken seriously. Like Carter, I'm primarily a cyclist, and I've been pleased but also somewhat concerned to see the proliferation of people using bike lanes for wheelchairs and stuff, just because I don't want conflict between those two groups of people in what is, not a huge amount of space. So I think these are all really great recommendations, but I want to say too, I live near North Berkeley BART, and the knockdown drag out fights about, putting in protected bike lanes on streets that are within, less than a quarter mile from North Berkeley BART in Berkeley, has really shown me that these need to be requirements and not just recommendations. You know, we can't let municipalities, unincorporated areas drag these processes down with years of wrangling. These need to be requirements from the state. They need to be, you know, incentivized with penalties if necessary, so that localities can't, you know, weasel out of it and not do these kinds of things. We know that these first last mile recommendations, these types of things in them help improve transit access for everybody, which we know we need. So we really have to get serious about, you know, making it something that can't be avoided and can't be derailed by a couple of NIMBYs. So yeah, I just want to encourage that to keep in mind as something going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next public comment, which is Eli, and I'll go ahead and unmute.
Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, thank you so much. I first of all want to give appreciation to the staff for including this as part of the presentation. I know it was supposed to be on the agenda on the last one, but didn't make it, and so I'm glad to see a presentation here. I think we have to recognize that we are not Paris, where you can kind of walk in 10 minutes in any direction and hit a transit station. That you have to move with some intentionality to get to transit in California, most places in California. And so first last mile is vital. I think in terms of policy changes, we need to be integrating first last mile into our planning and elevating it within the way that we plan transit stations. And lastly, you know, this speaks to one of the top priorities for the Secretary and CalSTA and Caltrans, which is reducing traffic fatalities. Right, it's a major issue of equity in South LA, where I serve on the South LA Promise Zone Transit Work Group. You're more than twice as likely to die on a bicycle as you are in any other part of the city of Los Angeles, and 1.5 times as a pedestrian. And so by solving those connections, first last mile connections, we are not only increasing transit ridership, but we're saving lives. And so those investments are going to be critical in ensuring that we are addressing those. And so I think, you know, this is a key strategy. I think also we should be looking at research that has been done around open streets, particularly Ciclavia, which has shown not only improvements in air quality, which again saves lives, but also improvements to small businesses, which can drive economic value, sales tax, et cetera, et cetera.
Thank you. We'll go to our final public comment, our final raised hand, and I'll go to Brian.
Thank you. Can you please, if you're comfortable, stating your full name and your organization?
Hi, my name is Brian Culbertson. I'm a volunteer with Traffic Violence Rapid Response in Oakland. I'm commenting about how important it is for it to be safe and comfortable for you to walk from your home to the transit station or transit stop, and for the transit stop where you're waiting to be a comfortable and safe place to wait for your bus. A lot of the top comments that I get when talking to transit riders, especially in Oakland, is that there is no bus shelter for protection from the sun, and also on the way while they're walking there, they have to cross arterial roads or sit on the corner with fast-moving cars. And we've seen the danger of this in various parts in the Bay Area, where 4th and King Street, where a child was killed by a car at the intersection there, or at West Portal, where a family was killed while waiting at a bus shelter. So these sort of things where just the experience of getting to transit and then waiting for transit is part of your transit trip, and is part of making that last mile decision to make that last mile is the safety aspect. So an important part of making that comfortable is making sure that the routes and the waiting areas for transit riders is safe from traffic violence. Thank you.
Thank you. there are no more raised hands on Zoom. So that concludes public comment on Zoom.
Great. Thank you, Rachel. On to the discussion.
All right, just to kind of frame up some discussion questions, how can we improve first and last mile access to transit in California with a specific focus on which laws and policies are affecting first and last mile access to stations and other areas? How can our first and last mile solutions be improved to better serve the needs of community members with disabilities? Particular focus here. And then how can we support transit agencies and jurisdictions to improve this?
And to get the discussion going, I see Laura and then Alex kind of first up here.
Thank you. So I have two suggestions on this. The first is that, the active transportation program is always oversubscribed, always at the top of the list for getting cut when there's a deficit. And so I think that's something that we should look at to support those first last mile connections. The second thing is something that I think is often overlooked, which is that every new development that comes in within half a mile, let's say, or a full mile of a transit station, it may be transit proximal, but it may not be designed to be transit supportive. And that's often because local jurisdictions have very car oriented or suburban oriented urban design guidelines and standards, and then you're kind of stuck with that building for 100 years. And so having a set of expectations around urban design guidelines that are more supportive of people who are walking generally would be a good thing. So that includes things like the placement of the building, the setback distances, and the location of things like parking, utility, and loading.
Thank you. Let's go on to Alex and then Laurel.
Thank you, Alex Bockelman, Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I also want to echo the appreciation for putting this on the agenda. I think in terms of the role that the state can play, I think, really thinking about how we can have more funding and also streamline project delivery, because, it's in the area of active transportation, having better bike ped infrastructure. So I think, creating new funding streams or adding flexibility to existing funding programs, I think that would be really helpful for our first last mile, for making bike ped infrastructure safer and more prevalent. And also to think about, the ability to use some of those dollars for operations and for bike share systems that do complement our regional transit systems. I know in the Bay Area, we've seen that our bike share program would be our 6th to 7th largest transit agency just by trips they're taken on bike share. And all of the top performing bike share is at our major transit hubs. So we do think that's a real opportunity, but it is going to be one that's going to come with public investment. So far, we've had a $0 contract, but that is coming to an end soon. So I think that that's an opportunity. I also think that just thinking about how we can really streamline project delivery, I still think that the state, framework for funding active transportation is kind of trying to put active transportation projects through a highway design funding process. And so I think given the sustainable nature of the investments, really continuing to think, and also their relatively lower cost, really continue to think about a more streamlined approach would be really important for accelerating delivery of these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Let's go on to Laurel and then Michael Pimentel.
All right, thanks. I want to highlight what some of the public speakers also raised around accessibility. And I think one of the important things is, especially in multi-jurisdictional transit agencies, is sort of who maintains, not just maintains the actual bus stops, but maintains sort of an inventory of accessibility for bus stops. So that information can be both used in planning, but also used in, as one of the public speakers mentioned, might have been William, about the sort of public information, rider information around accessibility for both bus stops and bus station and transit rail stations. So having that accessibility information publicly available is really important for riders. So there's sort of this question around roles and responsibilities around that piece of the work. And then, that's tied into sort of accessibility and wayfinding as well. And then I also wanted to highlight or echo the comments of the public commenters around safety as well. We talked earlier in the morning about safety on transit, and that's clearly important, but this piece around how you get to transit is really, really important as a transit rider in terms of that the most dangerous part really is crossing the street. And so how do we make sure that we are thinking about that safety piece as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Michael, and then Michael, and then Carl, and then Laurel.
Yeah, thank you. Michael Pimtill, the Transit Association. A few recommendations here. First is we're calling for the establishment and implementation of complete streets and accessibility improvement policies for infrastructure owned by state agencies and departments, as well as municipalities. Of course, we would anticipate there'd have to be an update to relevance guidance documents, including design implementation manuals, and want to make sure that as we are advancing this as policy, that there actually be then a mandate to see those projects through to fruition. As part of that conversation, as others have noted, funding is a critical element. And we as an association have been historically supportive of the ATP program, would want to see funding maintained for that program so we can see these types of projects advance. And then also want to speak to those instances where these projects can be stopped by project opponents, whether they're formally in government or otherwise. And what we'd call for is the elimination or reduction of permitting requirements and fees for things like stops and shelters that support public transit, particularly when they're on state and locally owned rights of way. And then the final point that I would make is that earlier in this task force discussion several meetings ago, we had a brief examination of SB 922. It's a Senator Wiener bill that provides for CEQA exemptions for clean transportation projects. At the time, we had focused our commentary on the public transit components of that bill, but would note for you that it similarly provides CEQA exemptions, things like bike lane. And so that body of law is set to expire in 2030. We certainly would want to see that extended so that project sponsors can continue to move forward with those types of projects without seeing NIMBYist considerations brought into the discussion.
Thank you, Michael. Carl, and then Laurel.
Thank you, and fully support everything that Michael said, and would like to underline the point on giving the transit district or transit operator authority to implement, put in bus stops and appropriate infrastructure, and take that authority away from cities here in Monterey County. I've been in a process with 4 jurisdictions along the Salinas Valley Highway 101, attempting to put in fixed route circulator service, which is an improvement over the current microtransit on-call dial-a-ride that's there today. However, reticence on the part of those city staffs has resulted in over a 2.5-year process to implement the bus stops needed. And our contract for the microtransit is running out at the end of the year. And as a result, some of those communities are just going to lose transit. So what started out as a plan to improve transit service is going to result in the elimination of transit service to rural community members because of the inability or unwillingness of city staff to allow for the appropriate transit infrastructure for ADA and for access to go into place. So this is why those types of things are important.
So Laurel, and then Juan.
Laurel Molina, RCTC. I just wanted to share something that we do at RCTC. As the RTPA, we administer the Article 3 bicycle and pedestrian funds under TDA. And one of the things that we do, and we do a call for projects for those funds. And we have approved criteria to award local jurisdictions those funds that they'll get additional points if it's part of a regional or a city master plan, bike ped master plan. We also definitely give them more points if it is within a certain distance of a transit stop. So that's something that we do for Article 3. Similarly, we also work with our MPO SCAG, and under the ATP MPO pot, that is then delegated to the county transportation commissions like ours. We also will establish criteria like that so that there is some priority that's given to bike ped projects that are within a certain distance of transit. I don't think that necessarily needs to become law because it's already under, regional in regional policies, but just wanted to mention that.
Juan?
Hey, Juan Matute, UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. I think there is an opportunity here to create essentially HD maps of the areas around transit stations throughout California. And so from what I understand is that there's some economies of scale in doing this type of mapping, which would include mapping of the sidewalk extent and quality, street furniture. Depending on certain solutions, it would even include an automated assessment of accessibility deficiencies. So few things are more certain about the future than demographics. And we know that we have a population in California, some of whom are aging. The boomers are aging. And we also have challenges now meeting the accessibility requirements of people with disabilities. And so that planning for improving infrastructure to be more universally accessible is one area where having these maps could help. We often rely through the ATP type process on expression of need through an application process, but that misses all the communities that just don't have the resources to go up and say, hey, I have this problem. I know, I was looking at that picture of the sidewalk by Barrio Logan in San Diego. They're America's finest city. They do have the capacity to seek a grant to fix that, but there are many communities in California who probably don't even know that is an opportunity. And so having some assessment of needs independently of the ATP process when it comes to universal accessibility, I think would be beneficial for equity, and then also just meeting folks' needs. But then also, if you have a higher resolution map, and I hate to use the term digital twin because the precision becomes very expensive. That's the problem with a digital twin. So I like to use a digital doppelganger. So it looks close enough, but you haven't spent tons of money on the precision, right? But one area where you might be able to use something like that is to have some sort of state clearinghouse for, I want to put a bench and a shelter here. And you have the nice little LiDAR produced thing of the transit states. You have the transit stop, and you have a model of the what the furniture, what the amenities would be put at the site. And you can actually do that approval somewhat remotely or provide it as an advice to the local jurisdiction. So it's not just stuck in their permitting process forever. I was in DC earlier this month, and they are using the District Department of Transportation's innovation manager has so it's not even a contract. They're just a partnership working with these Kiwi bots. So there's these delivery robots you've probably seen around California, other places too. And they have cameras on them and other things, but you could put LiDAR, you could put other things. And they're using them to map signs for curb data specification. But you can use these types of newer technologies, which are everywhere and cost effective, to do some of this sidewalk quality assessment. And this was not a technology that was possible, 3-4 years ago before the pandemic. So I'd encourage the state to maybe do a market sounding, looking into options of how to get these HD maps in these station areas, because there's so many things that you can do on top of the HD maps, from accessibility to, some sort of streamlined or state involved permitting of making sure that or stop area improvements would meet ADA requirements.
Great, thanks, Juan. Now let's go to Carrie.
Carrie Watkins, UC Davis. So I just wanted to offer up, I feel like it's great that we took this on as a topic, but I feel like it was a little thinner than some of the others. And I want to make sure that we emphasize how critical this actually is, and that I think we need some really robust guidelines to go, like the same as many of the other topics that we're taking up. Infrastructure is on here, which is fantastic. I mean, there's tons that we can do, and I think figuring out ways that we support communities better. I fully agree with what Laura said. I'm involved with the active transportation funding programs, and it is ludicrous the way that their budget goes up and down and can be decimated with a moment's notice, so that a very small fraction of the projects are actually funded. I liked that J3 had speed limits in it. I think we should elevate that here too, that something around limiting speed close to major transit stations needs to be done from a safety perspective. I think putting that in the section about first mile, last mile is critically important. And maybe even looking towards some of the new pilot speed camera programs, so that not only are we putting more appropriate speed limits in areas where people are walking and cycling to transit, that we can actually detect the folks who are not complying with these things. That seems pretty important. Although infrastructure will always do more, I think detecting where people are exceeding those speeds would be really critical. I also really want to see similar language on like grant and dedicated funding sources for some sort of fair subsidy and integration program with the bike share providers. What I was hearing was, we're always going to walk mostly to stations. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think a lot of the densities we have in California are very bikeable densities. And with mobility devices in these lanes, they can be an accessible way to get more than just that short distance to a major transit stop. But if somebody has to pay $12 to get their bike share ride to a $2 transit fare, that is not going to be a part of the picture. And so I think figuring out ways that we do pilots around how to better integrate these two and subsidize those fares on the bike share providers would be a great starting point. Thank you.
Ian?
Yeah, I want to, Ian Griffiths, echo the comments made by Alex before she left on really policies that treat first and last mile. I mean, that in terms of as complements to the transit system and making them eligible for public subsidy, potential new programs that could support the operations cost of those. They might be in some cases the more cost-effective way of shifting people, towards sustainable modes in some circumstances, and are complementary to transit. The one thing missing, I think Carrie earlier mentioned a comment about customer information in this, I can't remember what topic we were discussing, but like it's sort of falling through, it's not really explicitly covered in any of these topics so far. It is wayfinding and transit information is a distinct topic that in the Bay Area, as we've talked about transformation, there's a series of things that we're doing. And I think there's a safety component to that, but it's also there's a first mile, last mile access component of that. In I think of it in terms of how you are aware that even transit is available within where you might be. And I think I don't know if it belongs in as a first mile, last mile strategy, but as the state is considering sets of guidelines around these various topics, I think common information standards especially where we have these hubs that are perhaps an Amtrak station, or there is some kind of system that is actually owned by the state and it needs to interface with local local systems and other local standards. And thinking about how signage and information could be provided in the vicinity of a station, pointing you, saying, actually, just one block this way, there's a major transit station. You see these types of signs, in other communities, and I think that could be an important first mile, last mile. I mean, in addition to providing the sidewalk or the actual access, having the information promoting in a walkable downtown, hey, you're really close to, a major transit station. That can be an effective strategy as well. So I think there could be a high level recommendation on the development of more common information guidelines for transit in the vicinity of stations to provide more uniform levels of customer information. And maybe those get customized at a regional level, but there's a common amount of information that's provided.
Great. Well, I appreciate all the discussion on that item. I think a lot of stuff for us to take back and think about. With that, we'll go and move to our next section, which is public comment for items not on the agenda.
Would anyone from our audience here in the room like to speak? Seeing no hands raised, Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to speak?
There are no raised hands on the Zoom either.
Great. We're ready to move on to the next agenda item. Thank you.
Great. Moving right along. So again, really appreciate everyone's time today. I know we went through a lot of content, a lot of robust discussion this morning, a lot of good conversation this afternoon on items that we will bring back to our next meeting. Wanted to just orient ourselves a little bit about where we are in the process. So up on the screen, you'll see all of the items that we as a body were expected to complete per SB 125. So we've gone through most of the items, a few that are left, as you can see on the screen. Strategies to achieve fleet and asset management goals and needs, including funding approaches, as well as I think the one that has come up multiple times through our previous meetings is really those new options for revenue sources to fund our transit operations and capital projects to meet the growth of the system for the next 10 years. Those two items will definitely be a part of our next conversation in December, as well as, kind of looking at, identifying ways that the state or agencies or, can kind of oversee the transit system, possibly next meeting, possibly the one after. But definitely we are looking forward to the conversation on revenue in our December meeting. We go to the next slide. So homework, we are just about to wrap, but folks, we do want to get your input in between our next meeting. I think, next meeting is going to be a very robust discussion, not only capturing a lot of what we talked about this morning, but also pulling in, some of the kind of new topics or I guess recommendations from this afternoon as well. So a couple of things, since we are getting into the funding conversation, I would really like to hear feedback from all of you about what sources kind of you are thinking about that could help us meet these transformational goals. I really want to just kind of put everything out on the table for discussion and see, kind of where we can ultimately go in terms of recommendations. Want to get some additional feedback from you all, as always, on additional subject matter experts that can help us really dive into some of these topics a little deeper, particularly around some of the topics this afternoon on value capture. I think we got some good feedback on state lands or Surplus Lands Act, folks we can reach out to. But if there are any individuals that you would like us to particularly reach out to in between meetings, please let us know. Also, just broader feedback on today's discussion, this afternoon's topics, land use and housing policies, value capture, first last mile, but also want to go back to this morning's conversation. I know we tabled a number of our our recommendations around service and fare coordination, but really would like to get some ideas around what that could look like with respect to roles and responsibilities. What would this apply to? Completely heard some of the feedback that on some of the kind of local service that we're providing that is at these high frequencies, maybe that isn't the right place for that to live. But definitely do want to continue that dialogue and come back to this group with some recommendations that I think we could hopefully discuss, deliberate on, and get on board with. So please provide your feedback, as you see on the screen, by Thursday, November 14th. That will help inform our technical working group, help our staff, start to develop the agenda for the next meeting. Our next meeting, which will be our 7th, is scheduled for December 10th. That will be at the Armstrong Transit Center in Clovis. And then we will also be, reaching out with respect to our 2025 calendar shortly as well. And as always, please use our SB 125 transit at calsta.ca.gov, SB 125 transit at calsta.ca.gov. Anything else from our team? All right. Well, with that, I think we can close. Really appreciate everyone with the discussion today, and appreciate the city of Monterey for hosting us. Thanks, everyone.